A Super Tuscan blend, which is a Sangiovese Cab Merlot. We call it the Super Tucson. We lived in Tucson for a while, my wife and I, and when we're in Tucson, we call people from Tucson Tucsons. So we have our Super Tucson label, but we have a lot of favorite wines. We have a full red, white, and sweet flight, and we have our rosé that we brought. The grapes are from Kingman. Zinfandel, and it's just a beautiful rosé dry. We also have a sweet rosé called Poolside Pink, and those are hits. Those are always sellouts.
Well, thank you for joining us, Gavin.
No problem.
Be sure to visit Winery 101 off the 101 and Olive as they have reopened. And be sure to check out our City of Peoria social media pages as we visit more restaurants and businesses as they reopen.
Welcome to this edition of Home Hangouts. My name is Kyle Runzelman. I'm a ranger with the City of Peoria. Today we're going to be talking about cholla. This cholla we're looking at here is known as the teddy bear cholla. It's very sharp with all of its spines on it. Within the cholla, the reason why it's able to stand up tall like it is with the support is because of its spine that's inside there. So you'll notice with this cholla, it is actually flowering right now. The color of those petals are white and pink. Also, what you'll see in the cholla, especially in this cholla right here, there is a nest inside there. So that is a protected nest for a cactus wren. Those will inhabit these chollas. As you look at the cholla, you'll notice that it's segmented, and the shape of it is almost like a cylinder. The reason you'll see that referred to as the jumping cholla, it does easily fall off because it is segmented. So with that segmentation, if there's a passerby, a hiker, it can easily attach to their clothing. So that's why it's referred to as the jumping cholla. It doesn't actually jump at you. If you do get that stuck out of there, do not reach for it with your hand. The best option for that would to get a comb. Basically, if it's stuck in your skin, just get the comb under it and flick it off. That will be the safest way to detach that from your skin. As you can see here, we have another example of cholla. This one is the staghorn cholla. So the reason why it's called the staghorn, it's almost like an antler base. As you can see, they all branch out in different ways. So that's why it's referred to as the staghorn. This cactus right here behind me is known as the prickly pear cactus. It's another variation of cholla. The prickly pear cactus differs from other cholla. As you can see, it has the pads instead of that cylinder stem. The prickly pear cactus can actually be used as food in Mexican dishes. Once those spines are removed, you can actually fry those pads and be thrown into those dishes. Other things that can be used on the prickly pear cactus are the fruits. The fruits can be used in wine, margaritas, or glazes on meat, as well as candy. In this field, there are multiple chollas surrounded here. The cholla can attach to you and it will disperse to different areas, and that is how it reproduces and basically groups into fields like this of cholla. Thank you for joining this edition of Home Hangouts. We hope you enjoyed this information, and we hope you can see this stuff in the field.
Welcome to another edition of Home Hangouts. My name is Mark. I'm a ranger with the City of Peoria, and we are on location at Sonoran Mountain Ranch Park. Today we'll be talking about the mesquite tree. The mesquite tree is a very important desert plant in the Sonoran Desert. The most common that you'll find is the velvet mesquite, which is this gorgeous tree right here. The mesquite tree has very deep roots, as water is an essential element to any plant in the desert. It can send its roots down as much as 60 feet. The bark is a sometimes shaggy brown-black bark, and as you can see, there's a cut here. It's been pruned. This is the sap pitch, and Native Americans are known to use the pitch to dye certain things like baskets black. Also is used as a medicine in a lot of Native American cultures. The wood is relatively dense and hard, so it can be used for construction, many times for fence posts, and is a really good firewood. It burns relatively slow and hot. Another thing that the Native Americans used was the beans. They would crush down the beans into a meal or sometimes a flour. And so this is an example of a bean pod. And as you can see, there's these little holes, and these are created by the Bruchid beetle. This is a screw bean pod, and it looks really funky. It looks kind of like worms, but it's actually a pod. It's kind of black because it's older. And other interesting things about the mesquite are these tiny little leaves, and that is an adaptation for being a desert plant. Smaller leaves equals less water loss through evaporation. When you get a grouping of mesquite trees, it's called a bosque. A lot of times they'll grow together in oftentimes drainage areas. This is the wonderful mesquite tree. I'm sure you see it often. I hope you recognize it when you're out and about. Thanks for joining us for another Home Hangouts. Drink a lot of water and stay cool.
My name's Melanie Fisher. This is my first time coaching T-ball. This is my son Aiden. This is his second season playing T-ball. Today we're going to show you some grounding drill practices. So when he's fielding and the ball is on the ground coming towards him, he's going to demonstrate what it would look like as the kid, and then I'm going to show you what it would look like as you rolling the ball to them. There's a couple important things you want to remember when they are doing this. The first is you want to make sure that they are bending their knees. You don't want them all the way down to the ground, but just slightly kind of bent so that way they're able to move around. And then you want to make sure that their glove is down to the ground, and then their second hand is like an alligator mouth, so that way it can trap the ball inside. All right, go ahead. Ready? All right, show me those knees nice and bent. Glove is down and ready, and then your eye is on the ball. Good job. Nice way to stop it. Good throw back. All right, ready again? Nice job. All right, ready? Here we go. Yeah. Good job. Nice stop. Perfect. And then if you want to make it a little more difficult, if they're starting to catch it a lot, you can move the ball from side to side, having them scoop their feet, so that way they're kind of hopping and bouncing from side to side to catch the ball. When you're starting out with this, you only want to have them move maybe one side over to either side, so they're not having to move too much until they're starting to get that down. Ready? We're going to show them side to side. That was more than 2 hops, but good job. All right, ready? One more. One more. All right, nice job. All right, have fun practicing.
Hey kids, how you doing? Coach Ace here. We are going to be helping you guys out, keeping you guys active by making some videos due to the whole situation we got going on here. I know you kids want to get out and play some ball and stuff, but unfortunately right now we can't. So we're going to help you guys try some drills at home. One of them is going to be a change of pace drill, going from fast to slow and then slow to fast. And the other one is going to be a couple crossover drills. All right. So first one we got is the change of pace drill, and as you can see we got 2 cones lined up here, and what we're doing is when we get to the cone we are hesitating, okay? So we're getting up to it, slowing down a little bit, and we're going to pick it right back up. All right, so if you got to take a couple steps back, you can. All right, so when we get to this cone, we're going to go slow, we're going to slow it down, and then we're going to take it off forward, and we're going to slow it down again, and then we're going to take it off forward. All right, so we got those 2 drills right there to kind of set up. So you can set up 2 to 3 cones, get to the cone. Once you're at full speed, slow it down a little bit, bring the ball down, and then we're gonna go forward again, all right? Set those up, try to do those, 2 to 3 times, and see where it is that we're going from there. Try to pick it up real fast, and then start to spread the cones out, so that way you're stopping at a slower speed, or you're going at a faster time, all right? All right, we're trying to cross over. We got 3 different crossovers that we can do, and we're gonna try to get them with just the cones, all right? We're not gonna have a defender in front of us or anything like that, but essentially what we are gonna do is we are going to start at one cone right here. We're gonna go to that cone. We're gonna dribble with our outside hand. We're gonna dribble with the left. We're gonna stay low. We're just gonna cross over to the right, all right? Just like that. Same thing right here. Dribble to it, cross over like that, all right? And we're gonna move forward with it. The other crossover that we can do, all right, is between the legs. So we're gonna be right here. We're going to cross over in between the legs. We're going to come right here, cross over in between the legs, and then go forward again. Again, you see my outside hand is the one that I'm dribbling with way out here, because I don't want the defender to be, I don't want the ball to be between me and the defender. I want my body to be between me and the defender, okay? So the next one we're gonna do is behind the back, all right? So we're gonna stay with the left hand right here, stay low, behind the back right there, outside, behind the back, and then forward again, okay? We're gonna stay with those 3 different crossovers. So again, first one, kind of go at full speed. We're gonna go right here, crossover right there, all right? Those 2 drills right there. Next one between the legs, you're right here, in between the legs, step, in between the legs, going back, all right? The last one behind that back, all right here, behind the back. All right, kids, as you can see, we got a few different drills that we can try at home. I would start spacing out those cones so that way we get a little farther each time. You know, we were trying to make it the distance of the basketball court, all right? Be able to drive all the way up and drive all the way back. Use that change of pace drill, make sure we get that hesitation. If you're strong with the right hand, switch it up, use the left hand. I usually use my right hand, so I'm a lot better with it. I need to start practicing more with my left hand. Same thing with the crossover. If you're good with the right hand, change it up to the left. Space the cones out more, get faster, get more speed with this. That way you can learn how to stop on a dime before we switch over, all right? Challenge you guys to do this at home. Try to do this, 2 to 3 times a week, so that way we're getting up, staying active. Do the 3 different crossover drills, and then, do the change of pace, at least twice within that time frame. Should take you anywhere between half hour to 45 minutes to try to start practicing these things and get really good at them, right? 2 to 3 times a week. Let's try it for the next month, and we'll see how we're doing. If we're doing good with the right hand, switch it over to the left hand, as well as vice versa, all right? Kids, stay safe and keep practicing.
Youth volleyball for City of Peoria. My name is Stephanie Wild. I'm going to be demonstrating the proper technique for setting a volleyball today. I've been coaching for 3 seasons. This summer would have been my 4th season. I coach my daughter for the 9-10 and 11-12 division. I'm going to go ahead and go over proper form for your hands first. You want to make a diamond with your hands up like this, so you make about a little window in between your fingers. You want to put it above your head, and fingertips are what lightly touch the ball as you set it up. Only fingertips only. If your whole hand grabs it, it would be a carry or a toss back up. So you only want to do the fingertips. Go ahead and give you an example of a proper set. It would be here and then right up there and down, right up. See, I lightly touch the volleyball. Practice technique that you can use is go outside up against your house, or if you have a really tall wall somewhere at a park or something, you can always kind of come back away from the wall. If you're able to get up onto the wall, you can make a little X with painter's tape or some sort of target that you would like to hit each time. If not, that's absolutely fine. You would just toss the ball up here and then set up to the ceiling. And toss and set, and toss and set right there. So as you come up, you come right up. You can try to hit that as many times as you can in a row, or maybe play a little game how many times you can come back to you and hit that spot until you get good enough to do that continuously. You can catch the ball and toss it up and set each time right there. So I hope you guys have fun. I want to challenge you guys to practice it throughout your week. You can submit videos to the City of Peoria, or you can tag them in videos of your kids practicing it, or maybe just go out every couple of weeks and record your own self so you can kind of see your progression as you get better. I know all of us coaches miss you guys, and we can't wait to see you again. Have an excellent summer, and we will see you next season. Bye.
Welcome to City of Peoria Sports. My name is Coach Tia Barnes, and today I'm going to be showing you some basic ball handling techniques. The first one we're going to start off with today is the basic dribble. To be able to do the basic dribble today, you're going to make sure that your feet are shoulder width apart. I'm going to also demonstrate this for you, as well as my partner today, which is Keone Leoni Barnes. She'll be also showing you a basic technique from the youth version. So when you're first learning how to dribble, what you'd want to do is make sure your feet are shoulder width apart. make sure you have a ball that is the proper size for you. Also make sure that you are wearing good basketball shoes so that you are also not making sure that you're slipping or falling. First of all, you're going to make sure that you are knees bent, chest up, head up, looking at your defender. Your ball, whether you're going to be on your right or your left hand side. If you're doing your right side because you are dominant, you can use your left hand as a placeholder. Your right hand is going to be on the top of your ball. You want to make sure that your fingers are spread nice and wide apart like this. You should also be able to see a little bit of spacing in between your palm and the ball. Okay, you shouldn't have your hand directly on the ball. It should be nice and able to just be able to have that mobility in your fingers. What we're going to show you today is a pound dribble. What a pound dribble is that you're going to be using both your full length of your arm as well as your shoulders within that dribble. So to do a pound dribble, you're going to be on the right, a little bit on the outside of your leg, basic dribbling it down, but you're going to be pushing it down with force. Let me show you what that looks like from the side. You'll see your shoulder and your arm are fully in that dribble. Okay? That is your basic dribble. You can do that on both your right and your left hand side the same exact way, whether you were on your left. Same ball handling where you would hold it, palm kind of a little bit of space in between there, hands nice, big and wide, and you're going to be pushing that ball down. Okay? Next, we're going to show you a quick bounce through the leg dribble. Keone is going to demonstrate that for you today, and then she's going to show you how to walk that through. Go ahead, Keone. Now come back. So what you'll notice with this drill with Keone is that she is nice, big, and wide, making sure she has enough space in between each dribble. You can also do it in place, okay? It's a slight lean forward, bounce between, catching it on the opposite side, okay? With this one, it's gonna be a little bit of a challenge in the beginning, so you're gonna make sure you try to keep your head up at all times until you get really comfortable, and then you won't even need to look down at all. Thank you again for joining us. I will ask you to challenge yourself to practice at least 30 minutes every day or every other day, both your left and your right hand side until you've mastered that technique. Welcome to City of Peoria Sports. My name is Coach Tia Barnes, and today I'm going to be showing you an underhanded serving technique. I'm also going to show you how to properly set the ball as well. So, proper underhanding serving technique, you want to make sure that you have a nice ball that's well aired up and ready to go. You are going to positioning yourself. You're going to make sure your feet are shoulder width apart. You're going to have a nice, what we call, placeholder for your ball. So you want to make sure that your arm is nice and long and wide. Your fingers are spread out nice and wide, kind of a little bit of a bent to your fingertips. You're going to be able to set that ball nice in the palm of your hand. Want to make sure that you can turn that ball slightly, leaning it out so that you don't actually hit your fingers when you're going to serve the ball. So you want to make sure you have a good enough grip to hold that ball in place. When it comes to your actual serving hand, you want to make sure that your arm is nice and straight, and as far as your position is concerned. When it comes to your hands, you're going to make sure your fingers are nice and tucked into kind of like a claw-like positioning. You want to make sure that your palm is nice and slightly exposed. You can either use your thumb up or thumb down. I kind of like to have my thumb up just to make sure that my base is nice and wide. You're going to make sure that when you go to serve, that your opposite foot is slightly out and bent. So with me, I'm using my right hand, so my left foot is out ahead of me, slightly bent. I have the ball being positioned and held into my left hand, slightly bent, ready for me to be able to hit it. I got my palm ready to go. I'm going to bring my hand all the way slightly back, enough for me to get some nice, good power swing action there. I'm going to use my palm of my hand to actually hit the ball. So it's going to be a nice set like that. You can also, if you want to try something more advanced, which is a toss and hit, which is feet shoulder width apart, legs slightly bent. You're going to be holding that ball nice in between your hands. You're going to toss it up ahead of you and you're going to hit it. You're going to be jumping up and hitting that ball. When you are tossing it and being able to hit it in front of you, you got to make sure that your arms, the motion of your arms is you're going to be in a nice 90-degree angle like that, right? That hand is going to be left hand coming up with your right hand, coming back like that, and then you're going to be hitting it with that motion. So to the side, that motion looks like this. Okay? Kind of looks like you're doing a backstroke. So when you're tossing it up to yourself, you're tossing it up and you're hitting that ball like that. Okay? I'm going to show you a basic set. So I'm going to set the ball actually to Keone Leoni. You want to make sure that when you're setting a ball before you begin, you're going to make sure your fingers are nice and widely spread apart, kind of a little bit bigger than your face, but not too big where that you're going to actually hit yourself in the face and not be able to hold the ball. So I call it the little diamond. You're going to make sure your fingers are nice, pointed, wide, and you're going to be able to look through it as if it was an actual diamond or a rectangle, depending on what you like. Take your ball, set that right in between your hands. So it should look like this if it was just positioning in place. And you're going to push the ball up like that. I'm going to set it to Keone Leoni so you can see kind of what it will look like. Get underneath it and push it up. Nice. Okay, so just to run through that one more time for you. Serving the ball, hand extended, leg slightly out, arm nice. You're gonna do a nice bump. If you're doing a set, you wanna make sure your hands are nice, big, and wide, and you're going to be doing it like a little diamond, pushing that ball up. While you're setting the ball, just make sure you remember that it's a full push motion with your arms, okay? So if you have never played volleyball before and this is going to be your first time, definitely practice. I would say anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes. One great thing to do if you do not have an actual volleyball net in the back of your house is just getting on the side of either a garage door or something that's pretty solid, and you can set yourself the ball. Okay? Thanks for tuning in today with City of Peoria Sports. Good luck to you.
We believe this new virus spreads mostly from person to person through respiratory droplets produced when someone who is sick coughs or sneezes. This is similar to how flu and other respiratory illnesses spread. These droplets can land in the mouth or nose of people nearby, or possibly be inhaled into the lungs. Most person-to-person spread happens when people are in close contact. It's also possible that this virus can spread when someone touches a contaminated surface and then touches the mouth, nose, or eyes. The best way to protect yourself from 2019 novel coronavirus is to avoid being exposed to the virus. Additionally, there are preventative actions that you can take to protect yourself and your family from the spread of respiratory viruses that can make you sick. These include stay home if you're sick, cover your cough, and wash your hands.
The Peoria City Council meeting will now come to order. Please rise for a moment of quiet reflection in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Patena.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Carlett?
Here.
Vice Mayor Finn?
Here.
Councilmember Patena?
Here.
Councilmember Binsbacher?
Here.
Councilmember Edwards?
Here.
Councilmember Hunt?
Here.
And Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council meeting of May 19th, 2020. The first item on the agenda this evening is a presentation recognizing National Public Works Week. Please join me as we watch a short video to commemorate this occasion. That is really a great video. There is another version with the tune As the Beat Goes On, and it's really fun. Our public works professionals really are the rhythm of our city. So I will now read a proclamation celebrating the 60th year of National Public Works Week. Due to social distancing, I am going to stay sitting up here this evening. Whereas public works, infrastructure, facilities, and services are of vital importance to sustainable communities and to the health, safety, and well-being of the people of the city of Peoria, Arizona. And whereas during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, public works services such as water, sewer, engineering, project management, recycling, bulk trash, right-of-way maintenance, street, fleet, and facility repairs all proceeded uninterrupted throughout the crisis, delivering essential services to maintain a sense of normalcy. And whereas certain public works personnel dealt directly with higher risk situations, such as transporting bus and paratransit passengers to jobs, medical appointments, and grocery stores, or custodians cleaning high exposure areas or rooms after all others had left the building, or wastewater personnel who diligently treat the water. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the United States of America to gain knowledge of and to maintain an interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas this year's theme, the rhythm of public works, might be best captured in the phrase, "the beat goes on," speaking to the essential nature of public works services in support of everyday quality of life. And whereas the year 2020 marks the 60th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Carlett, Mayor of the City of Peoria in the state of Arizona, do hereby designate the week of May 17th through 23rd, 2020 as National Public Works Week. All right. And there are some people here this evening who I would like to recognize. There is a proclamation for each of you sitting at the desk at the front of the study session table here. I'm sorry I can't meet you down there for a photo during this time, but if you would like to come down when I call your name, we can at least recognize you. So from Public Works, Patricia Rodriguez, lead custodian. And from Water Services, Preston Brown, Utility System Operator 2. And from Parks, Recreation, and Community Facilities, Kyle Renzelman, Park Ranger.
I'm going to go and test. No COVID update.
This meeting will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Cartlett?
Here.
Vice Mayor Finn?
Here.
Councilmember Patena?
Here.
Councilmember Binsbacher?
Here.
Councilmember Edwards?
Here.
Councilmember Hunt?
Here.
And Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council special meeting of June 2nd, 2020. We have 2 items on our study session agenda this evening, and we will start with the Vistancia North and Mystic at Lake Pleasant Heights Community Facilities District. And I will turn it over to our city manager, Jeff Tyne, to begin that one.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. And as the Mayor had mentioned, 2 different study session items, and we'll be very thoughtful of time as we go through this. But the first time is a very important issue related to financing the development in the growing areas of Peoria and the importance of that in this day and age. And we've had a great partnership working with some master plan developers in the area and come up with a financing mechanism to help support that area. And with that, I'll pass it over to Andy Granger to make introductions.
Thank you, Jeff. Sonia Andrews, our CFO, is going to take the lead on this and has done a majority of the work for the city on these 2 CFD applications. We started on these applications approximately 2 years ago, so it's been a long process, but we're glad that we're almost at the finish line, and tonight we wanted to give you an update. First, on a background on what CFDs are, state statutes and our city policies regarding CFDs. Then we'll go into the specific subdivisions and talk about some of the specific details of the CFDs at the end of the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sonia.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Andy. So this session, as we talked about, is about the 2 proposed community facilities districts, or CFDs as we call it, the Vistancia North CFD and the Mystic at Lake Pleasant Heights CFD. And as Andy said, about a year and a half ago, the developers approached us with the possibility of forming a CFD and submitting a CFD application. And after a lot of discussion, considerations, and negotiations, we're very happy to let you know that the developers have submitted the formal CFD application last month, and this is the reason why we're bringing this study session to you today. So some of you might be asking, what are these CFDs and what do we need to know in considering formation? Well, I hope this study session will answer those questions. What is a CFD and what do we need to know? We will start with introductions of CFD basics, and then I will turn it over to Andy to talk about these two specific developments. Then we will discuss the negotiated terms and considerations to help answer what we really need to know in considering formation of these CFDs. Before I begin, I'd like to mention that the developers for Vistancia North and Mystic at Lake Pleasant Heights are in the audience today, and they are also available to answer any questions if you have some for them. So in order for me to explain what a CFD is, I'd like to start by talking about how we fund and finance infrastructure in general. How do we pay for roads, bridges, water sewer lines, that sort of stuff, and basically infrastructure? We currently fund and finance infrastructure with available cash, impact fees, or we issue municipal debt like GEO bonds, or sometimes that's grants. But in addition to those traditional funding and financing sources, we can also partner with developers with private partnerships to fund infrastructure, issuing private activity bonds, or the developer may contribute the infrastructure, or there's something also called special taxing districts that can finance infrastructure. CFDs are special taxing districts. So what they are is they are a financing mechanism for infrastructure. And so the purpose of the CFD is really to be a financing mechanism for public infrastructure. But CFDs are very complicated. They're very complicated because once they're formed, they are separate legal entities that's governed by state law. They have the authority to issue tax-exempt debt. They also have the authority to impose property taxes and special assessments. So now let me explain how CFDs work as a financing mechanism with all this authority that they have. So the developer starts by submitting a CFD application to the city. If approved, the city will create and form the CFD. The CFD then enters into a development agreement with the developer for funding the infrastructure. The developer constructs the infrastructure, and the CFD issues debt to pay the developer and acquire the infrastructure. The CFD also assesses a property tax or special levy on the homeowners in the CFD to pay the debt over time. This way of financing allows the developer to construct the infrastructure that the developer may not have been able to finance otherwise. Also, the infrastructure is financed with tax-exempt debt, which the developer would not be able to obtain tax-exempt debt otherwise. And also, it allows the property owners, the ones who truly benefit from the infrastructure, to be able to pay for that over time through property taxes. So a CFD is a very useful financing mechanism for infrastructure, and if it's done right, it can have significant benefits for development for the community. So the benefits of a CFD when done right are that major infrastructure can be constructed, there's also economic development, and over time, there's growth in land values. But with all development activities, there's risks and things can go wrong. So as I mentioned earlier, CFDs are very complicated because they enter into development agreements, they have authority to issue debt, they have authority to tax. So we must carefully consider every CFD application before approving formation. CFDs have to comply with a slew of state laws, and the city also has CFD policies that the CFD applications and the developers have to comply with for us to consider forming a CFD. So let's take a look at what those requirements are. State statute governs what a CFD can and cannot do. It lays out the authority of a CFD, the requirements for the board members, lays out requirements for the application, the formation process, and the operation of a CFD. So there's plenty of requirements under state law. The city also has a CFD policy that provides more specific application requirements. But more importantly, the city's policy requires the city to ensure that before we approve a CFD for formation, we make sure that we have proper financial protection for the property owners in the district, that we have a financial commitment from the developers, and that the CFD is self-supporting with no reliance on the general fund. So that means that we have to review these CFD applications very carefully to make sure that the CFDs, when created, doesn't create an unreasonable financial burden on future property owners or the city. So as you can see, between state law and the CFD policies, there is a lot that we consider and a lot that we take into account. And given that so much to consider, each proposed CFD application is very carefully reviewed and evaluated by a team of staff and consultants. And I just want to take a moment to recognize and thank this team who worked on the 2 CFD applications over the last year and a half. And some of these folks are actually in the audience to answer any questions that you might have. And so hopefully this first section of Introduction to CFD Basics helps you understand what these CFDs are. And I just want to take a moment to ask if there are any questions regarding this first section before I turn it over to Andy.
Council, questions or comments? No?
Okay, good.
Thank you.
So next, I'm going to go over just some background information specific to these 2 developments, to give you some background information on what's being proposed, where these 2 developments are, and also talk a little bit about the 2 CFDs that we've got in place right now, and put that in perspective with the 2 CFDs that we're going to be reviewing for their applications. So our current CFDs, as you know, we've got a Vistancia CFD and a Vistancia West CFD. The Vistancia CFD was created in 2002, and the Vistancia West CFD was created in 2015. These 2 CFDs have the exact same maximum tax rate of $2.10. Vistancia's is set to expire in 2026, and Vistancia West is set to expire in 2029. These are both north of Jomax and west of the 303 and directly adjacent to each other. And primarily, these 2 CFDs funded major water and wastewater infrastructure that was critical and needed for these 2 master plan developments. And without these CFDs, would probably not have been developed at the time that they were. The 2 proposed CFDs, Vistancia North CFD, which is an overlay of Vistancia, is completely north of the CAP, but it is part of the Vistancia development. And it is in the image that you see, and on the site plan that you see, it's the area that's in green, the perimeter is in green. And then the Mystic at Lake Pleasant Heights CFD is north of Vistancia and east of Vistancia North, and it's outlined in red. And that just gives you a perspective of where our potential 4 CFDs will be. They're all directly adjacent to each other. The Vistancia North CFD, or Vistancia North development, proposes to have 32 homes throughout the development with an average home price of $475,000. The developer is Westside Investment Partners, and they do have 3 national home builders that are doing parcel development right now: Richmond American Homes, David Weekley, and Pulte Homes. And the Mystic at Lake Pleasant Heights development proposes to have 2,563 homes with an average home price of $377,000. The developer is Voyager Investment Properties, and they have 2 national home builders right now in Lennar and Taylor Morrison for parcel development. One of the critical components when we evaluate CFD applications is what is the property owner getting as far as a benefit is concerned. The CFDs fund regional public infrastructure. That's one of the policy requirements for the city. But what we look at is also what the amenities are, the enhanced amenities that are available because of a CFD if it is in place. And so in these 2 cases, these 2 developments will have similar amenities to what we have in Vistancia and Trilogy West, including expansive open space and an expansive trail system, a community clubhouse in both of the developments, as well as adjacent neighborhood parks that are 3+ acres as far as the community clubhouse is on 3+ acres, and then the neighborhood parks are 5 to 10 acre parks adjacent to the community clubhouses. They will also have enhanced entry monuments and significant right-of-way landscaping similar to what you see throughout the Vistancia development. The proposed infrastructure that will be funded by the CFD for Vistancia North includes the Jomax treatment plant expansion, the Vistancia Boulevard lift station, the Lone Mountain water line, and the Saddleback water reservoir, as well as other reservoirs and pump stations throughout the development. All, again, water and wastewater infrastructure for this development that in total is proposed to encompass $31 million. And you see on the right is the total development costs for Vistancia North at $313 million. So a small portion of the overall development costs. The Mystic at Lake Pleasant Heights CFD application proposes to fund major water wastewater infrastructure as well as two significant regional arterial roadways that are El Mirage and Westland roads. And then the water wastewater infrastructure includes the El Mirage and Westland sewer and water lines, the Westland Water Campus, the Lone Mountain water line, and other water and sewer infrastructure that is regional in nature. This CFD proposes to fund $45 million worth of infrastructure, and again, the overall development costs for this development is estimated at $290 million. The development status for both of these developments, infrastructure construction, grading, drainage, and street construction is underway. They both have approved PADs. And their expected home occupancy for both of these developments is the first quarter of next calendar year. With that kind of summarizes some of the specific information for both of these CFDs and developments. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Sonia unless you have any questions on some of the specific CFD information.
Andy, I just had one question. You mentioned the Saddleback Heights Water Campus. Did I hear that correctly?
I don't.
Saddleback Mountain, excuse me. One more, there we go, Saddleback Water where is that located?
I am not completely sure where that is located. My guess is that's going to be a future infrastructure that's north of the CAP.
Okay, I just haven't heard that one before.
There's a future reservoir north, kind of close to the border between Vistancia and Saddleback.
Okay. Is it where Vistancia Boulevard goes through?
So future water infrastructure when we go further north within Vistancia North.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so now we're going to go into the section where we answer the question of what do we really need to know about these two CFD applications when considering formation. So aside from complying with state law and the CFD policies and all that, the important thing we want to ask and know about these CFD applications is what is the proposed tax rate and the financing plan? Are those acceptable to us? How are we protecting the property owners? And what is the financial commitments from the developers? So those are the three questions I hope to answer in the next few slides. So the two CFD applications are proposing a target total tax rate of $2.65. At the $2.65 rate, a house with a market price of $450,000 would pay about $668 on their property tax bill. We believe that this rate is acceptable and reasonable compared to other CFD tax rates and also considering the infrastructure that will be constructed to serve the CFDs. So we also believe that this rate will not place an unreasonable financial burden on future property owners in the district, which is one of our policy requirements. Now, since the Vistancia North is an overlay on the existing Vistancia CFD, and the existing Vistancia CFD is paying a 210 tax rate, the developers have proposed for Vistancia North that the tax rate will be limited so that the combined tax rate will be no more than $265 until 2026 when the 210 tax rate sunsets. So the existing Vistancia CFD, they have a 210 tax rate currently that will sunset in 2026. The existing residents in the Vistancia CFD will not pay the $265. They're still paying the $210, and that $210 will sunset in 2026, at which time the Vistancia North CFD can then raise their tax rate to $265. There are no residents currently in Vistancia North, so that is undeveloped right now. Are there any questions on that? I know that was a little bit confusing.
Are there any questions? Yes.
A quick question, actually a clarification. So just to clarify for anyone that might be watching or to understand that there's no such thing as CFD basics because this is so complicated, but thank you for trying. So the existing CFD, the Vistancia CFD sunsets in 2026. Really the Vistancia North CFD in no way impacts that sunset, that rate. Those residents in the existing Vistancia area are not obligated in any way by the new CFDs.
That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. For Mystic, they're not an overlay, so their tax rate is simply $265. Okay, so next up is the financing plan, and that is the debt that the CFD will issue to pay the developer for acquiring the infrastructure. For the two CFD applications, the developers have proposed that we issue general obligation bonds to be repaid from the $265 property tax rate. And the developers are also proposing that we only issue debt when the property assessed values support the debt payments. That means that there won't be any upfront debt funding when the tax collections don't support the the debt payments. We will only issue debt when tax collections is enough to make the debt payments. And finally, the last point is that we worked with the developers to limit the term of the debt to 25 years from the first major debt issuance. And that's important because we don't want this tax rate to be, the property owners to pay this tax rate for an excessively long time. So it's good that we're limiting it to 25 years from the first major debt issuance. So we believe that this is an acceptable financing plan that meets our policy requirements. And finally, we need to ask the question of, so how are we protecting property owners, and what are the protections for the property owners and financial commitments from the developers? So here is what the developers have agreed to provide. The developers will provide security for the debt payments. So in the event that tax collections are, for whatever reason, not sufficient to meet debt payments, the developer will pay the difference. The developers will also provide a $1.5 million indemnity deposit to cover any unexpected claims or unexpected events that arise. The developer will also fund an expense deposit to pay for CFD administration and operating expenses, so there's no reliance on the city's general fund for that. And finally, the developers will provide home buyer disclosure statements, so anybody who's buying a home in the CFDs will have full disclosure that their house is going to be in the CFD and they will be subject to the CFD tax. There will be full disclosure of that. So that kind of summarizes the proposed CFD applications for Vistancia North and Mystic at Lake Pleasant Heights. They adhere to the state statutes and the city's policies, and we have worked with the developers to ensure that there's an acceptable tax rate and financing plan, protections for property owners, commitments from the developers, and no reliance on the city's general fund. So I hope that this answers the questions for all of you as to what we need to consider in formation of these CFDs. And we will be bringing the two CFD applications to council for formal consideration in the next council meeting. So this next slide just lays out the next steps. Council, if you approve the CFD applications, you will be adopting a resolution forming the CFDs on June 16th and approving development agreements and also appointing 2 citizen board members. So with that, I'll just open up for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? Well, I would just like to thank our city staff and the developers that are here with us this evening. I know it has been a long process. It's a complicated plan, but, you know, taking into consideration what future residents for 25 years will be dealing with in this area, I think that it was time well spent. I hope that you agree with that. And I believe that our citizens in the long run are protected by this, and there's some benefit to the development up front. I think that it was a win-win. And I really, really, really appreciate that there was conformity between the two developers to come up with a tax rate that was $2.65 in each case. I think that that helps property values in the long run when people are buying and selling homes in the area. So I would just like to offer my thanks to everyone who took part in this long and complicated and mutually beneficial agreement. So good news all the way around. And then this will come back before our council at the next council meeting for a formal vote. All right, thank you. Any other questions, discussion? All right then, seeing none, we will move on to our next study session agenda item, which is CARES Act funding.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. And I'll go ahead and provide what we see as an important update and also seek some guidance with regard to the Federal CARES Act. The Federal CARES Act, as a reminder, is the main relief bill that was passed by the U.S. federal government to help address the global pandemic. And there's been some recent developments that have some budget implications for us as an organization, and certainly will have implications to our community as well. And so what we wanted to do tonight is talk a little bit about just a reminder of what we have undertaken as a city and our approach during this issue, the recent developments that have occurred, and then how we would like to approach applying some funding that we see coming our way. So with that, I'll try to walk us through a PowerPoint presentation. And first, we'll start just with the recovery plan. I think it's probably important to remind ourselves that very early on, it was recognized across this country that local governments were going to play a pivotal role in addressing this, this global pandemic. And they do so in a number of different ways. For one, of course, partnering with the experts on the ground locally as well as other jurisdictions to help prevent the spread of this virus. The second is to find ways to assist those in the community that were most at risk, and that includes our vulnerable populations, but it also includes those that were affected by the economic effects of this, and that includes small local businesses. And then the third, of course, for all local governments is that we do provide critical core services to our residents. And so making sure that we prepared ourselves and have resiliency programs in place to ensure that we could continue to provide those core services. And that's something that the city of Peoria, of course, undertook pretty quickly. With this in mind, though, the federal government did provide funding as part of the CARES Relief Act, and that was an allocation of significant funding to offset the burden of this crisis. This would come in the form of, generally in a reimbursement type of form. But as we'll talk about shortly, the funding generally went to the state government with the exception of jurisdictions that were over 500,000. In Arizona, examples of that would be the city of Phoenix, city of Mesa, and Tucson. Populations of over 500,000 received direct funding, as well as Maricopa County and Pima County as well. However, all other jurisdictions have been waiting to see how the state would be applying that money because, of course, at a time like this, there are so many different needs that are out there to address public health issues such as that. Probably important to remind ourselves of what we've done at the City of Peoria with our own resources. We really approach this with these three immediate approaches. First, to continue with the core public services. We've talked with you quite at length about the importance of this and the plans in place, and I can't applaud again our chiefs and our deputy city managers, our directors, and our staff to make sure that this is something that was a reality. Next was to ensure that we could provide a safe environment, not only to the public that visited city facilities, but also to our employees. And that comes both in the term of the facilities, but also in the programming that we provide as a city, and hence why we had to make some pretty dramatic measures to address those safeguards. And then next was to begin immediate budgetary measures. So your organization quickly moved to address any unnecessary spending in recognition that there was likely going to be economic impacts as a result of this global pandemic. We should mention that with that kind of those key three approaches, the next step is really to do a better sense of an assessment of what it is that this community needs. And that gets to assessing that in a couple of different forms, specifically asking our business community, next trying to find out from our residents what they are saying and hearing, and then lastly to such groups as not-for-profits as well. So we had a lot of discussion about the effort that we had actually deployed our own staff in whole different ways to help us, for example, with the Small Business Task Force and coordinate with the Chamber of Commerce and the Small Business Development Council and through Arizona State's Peoria Forward to reach out to our businesses personally to over 2,000 different businesses and also do follow-up to see what their needs were. And we'll talk about those needs shortly. Next was also to visit local restaurants and do touch-ins, have our neighborhood and human services, not only through that amazing department, but also a number of our own staff that help that department to reach out to our not-for-profits and our community center clients to make sure that their immediate needs were being addressed. And then, of course, establishing such things as a hotline for our residents and businesses. We should mention we're very proud of those efforts. These were all done with our existing resources to make that happen. So here was some of the feedback that we received. Businesses very quickly were looking for assistance with rent relief, utility payments, anything they can do to address the significant drop in revenue that we saw, especially with those local businesses. We also a number of other items that came up, including looking for leniency on different codes that were not safety impacted, looking for different assistance with technical assistance, promotion, marketing, different aspects like that. With our residents, really the early conversations were, how does the unemployment insurance going to specifically work for those that lost? Obviously, we've seen significant unemployment that has increased throughout this country, and we had a lot of questions about how on the ground can we walk ourselves through that. But of course, food assistance and utility payment relief was also what we had heard was very important. Likewise, our not-for-profit agencies really asking for help in so many different ways that they can provide help, but they have so many new customers with so much more needs. And so through the forms of grants, loans, rent relief, and such also were items that were identified. So with that in mind and with the resources that the city had at that point, we did the best we could, and we're very proud of the efforts in a short amount of time. The Small Business Task Force, as we had talked about, recognized that quickly they could, through marketing and advertising assistance, such as the signage that you saw at restaurants, putting that out there would have some immediate help, and as well as the partnerships to help with the payroll protection program that was put together by the federal government and the Peoria SBDC, and helping to partner with them to make sure that our own Peoria businesses knew how to assist with that. An immense communications effort, as we've talked about. At times like this, communication is key, and we had a wonderful effort spearheaded by our communications office in a number of different areas. And then as the mayor had put forward, it was so important for us to have the most important focus group, which is those Peoria residents that serve as ambassadors in our community that have a good pulse of what the business community needs. And they have had a number of different discussions to really help us kind of foment what are the different needs that are needed from the business community and who do they believe that they need them from. And so great conversations have been led throughout that piece. Another item that we had talked about, great efforts by our team to do a number of different programs to help those most in need in the social and human services area. And of course, within our arts community, as we had talked about in prior meetings, one of those areas that was most affected is in the area of the creative economy. And so a number of different efforts which we have talked about to really not only provide immediate relief to individuals and social services, but also to try and create a sense of normalcy. We're so proud in Peoria of the experiences that we can provide through our amazing special events. So examples like the virtual Second Saturdays or our library systems, another example of providing a different way of providing the experience in a safe, humane way. And then, of course, as we talked about communication, amazing outreach. What we did find, quite frankly, is that residents did need us. There was a real extensive amount of work. We had more traction on our social media posts than we had seen ever before in our history. Great social media campaign, great views on our public website. The video communications have been very well received and clearly show that there is just a craving for accurate, factual information that is on the ground. So with that, I keep mentioning that this was done with city resources. This is the backdrop that we had. As we had talked about with you just in the last couple of weeks, there's a new revenue base that we see going forward. It is uncertain what will be the full financial condition for us as we go forward, as we all know. However, we are getting a sense early on that we will have some structural issues that we're going to have to be addressing over the next few years. So this is just one example of where we saw that the revenue base that we rely on, which is largely reliant on the overall economy, the city of Peoria will be feeling that as well. Fortunately, as a result of it, we do have some good news coming. And that is just recently, the Governor Ducey had been consulting with a number of local leaders, and specifically, the governor relied on very specific local leaders, a small cadre of mayors as well as county board of supervisors. We are fortunate enough to have some of those in place to kind of talk about the Arizona CARES Act. And so you can see here Governor Ducey with a couple of those mayors, including one that looks familiar in this audience here today. Who helped to provide guidance to how we could best apply this money. And one of those pieces that came forward was to please recognize that every single jurisdiction is different and what their needs are different, and that we need flexibility with our financial situation will be unique, how we can present to our businesses, and a number of different pieces. As a result of that, Governor Ducey last week did provide an allocation of that federal funding. We are very fortunate to see that Peoria is due $20.2 million in that allotment of funding. Now, it is important to note that this is a reimbursement. So in other words, the city has and will continue to be incurring costs related to this global pandemic. We expect that through the end of December that there will be a significant portion of our payroll, and certainly from our first responders, police and fire. I heard a noise. A number of other pieces that came through. This will be a reimbursement of those costs that we have incurred. So as we talk through this, it's probably important to note that we did have that structural challenge. We see financial difficulties in how are we going to pay for some important one-time needs that we have going forward, and is there anything that we should be watching to help address our structural issue? What we're going to be recommending is coming back to you probably because time is of the essence. It is important that we get back to the council at the next council meeting with some recommendations on how to apply that $20.2 million. Our sense is that this is not a great time to just go out there and expend these new dollars. We need to make sure that we keep our eye on the ball, that the most critical core services is what we preserve, that we preserve the same level of service for our police and fire and public works and water and wastewater services. So we would recommend that we ensure that we keep that in place so that we can weather this over the next couple of years. This could be done by helping us with pay-as-you-go one-time needs that we don't have identified. It could help us by using the funding to bridge us over a period of time in the form of using it as the reserves to help us as we navigate through this. But then in addition to that, we believe it is incredibly important to put this money back into play for those areas that we see most need, and that includes our social and human services. So your city staff is recommending, here are some of the areas that we would like to refine over the next week and bring back to you for guidance. This would include additional funding to help Peoria residents in rental and utility assistance, being able to provide additional protection equipment, sanitary supplies, beef up our meal supplies program to those most vulnerable that are in need. Likewise, student support. Obviously, this has been a unique time for those of student age. And so if we are able to provide additional Wi-Fi hotspots, this is an item that Councilmember Edwards had suggested to us very early. We think it's just an outstanding idea, is to beef up that through the loan program through our libraries, Likewise, the summer food program, if there's any additional support that we can provide in that area that is not provided by school districts. And we also hear in a number of different areas, such things as laptops for those that are more economically disadvantaged, most likely student-age citizens. We also believe the concept could be put in to earmark some of this funding to allow for dedicated hours of our city facilities for those that are vulnerable, such as our senior citizens. So in other words, to have dedicated hours for our senior citizens at Rio Vista Recreation Center, at our libraries, and likely our community center, which is very well used by that group, trying to provide a level of certainty and safety at this point in time. And then, of course, as we had mentioned, the arts agencies helping to, we heard great advice and direction from the council about the interest in supporting that over a period of time. We would believe we could apply some of the funding to that. In addition to that, we have received some additional funding from the Federal Community Development Block Grant Program. We believe that could assist us with the regional support on our homeless and senior services activities. Within our small business assistance, we have received great guidance from the Peoria Forward Small Business Assistance Advisory Group, as well as our own internal task force, and from our Economic Development Advisory Board, and they have put forward the recommendations to really beef up the following. The city, as we have talked about in the past, is looking to apply a microloan concept. We have seen this in a small amount of cities in Arizona, but we believe that an amount probably that would be capped at about $20,000 that could be provided to businesses. This would be an additional financing mechanism that could be tapped in when we recognize that credit is that much more difficult to receive at a point in time like this. That type of program, just so that we're aware, we would anticipate that we would be fully whole at the end of that. That would be funding that would come back to the city. Likewise, business assistance grants, that would be money that would be allocated to the businesses in Peoria for such things as rent and utility payment. That would be a grant, though, however. That would not be something that would be coming back. And then in addition, if there's other programs that we can provide the business community to help them support a public or a healthy work environment. And so that could be hiring a third-party assessment and to analyze what would be an assessment for different types of businesses and what they can do to help improve and ensure the health over the next few months. Maybe we were very fortunate to have dealerships in Peoria that provided sanitizing to vehicles, including our own law enforcement vehicles. And I can't tell you how appreciative we are of that. And maybe this is in small way we can return the favor by providing this to small Peoria businesses that need that assistance, that we could work a program with that. A great concept that came from your staff, I thought. Likewise, if we can apply our procurement strength and economies to help folks and other businesses with cleaning supplies and personal protective equipment, and then a number of other improvements that we might be able to provide as well. Lastly, within the public safety area, at this point in time, it is our first responders that are most feeling this and are most being involved with our residents. A number of different mechanisms that they have brought forward, which we would refine here in the next few days if the council is supportive. And that would be to continue a concept of alternative response vehicles, maybe in the way of what we term community paramedicine. In other words, being able to provide a more holistic health experience for our residents through our city's fire and emergency medical. That could be, for example, those that are vulnerable, such that suffer from diseases or autoimmune diseases or diabetes, or senior citizens that need assistance, which would be better served if we went to them as opposed to them going to a place where they could be more vulnerable. So we're going to be exploring that and coming up with what could be something we could apply short term for a period of time during this pandemic. Likewise, we'll look at a number of other areas. In the budget process, we were looking to have a number of public safety vehicles that would be put forward that would help us be that much more operational. But as we had mentioned, we were very judicious in pretty much stopping all one-time funding until we had a better grasp. This would be a perfect complement to assist us with that, as well as some important technology that would really, we believe, pay for itself in a short amount of time. And then lastly, as we had mentioned, communications is so important at a time like this. And as a result of that, our communications office and working as well with our mayor's staff believe that if we did some investments in such areas as better data on the ground of what it is that our residents are seeing, feeling, and sensing. Where do they need factual information? How can we provide that? What needs do they specifically have? In addition to that, marketing assistance, maybe in the form of small businesses again, utilizing our Channel 11 and other video production abilities that we have to continue with the amazing efforts that we've had to promote restaurants and local businesses in that area, and to expand our virtual platform and partnerships as well. We believe that small investments in those areas could assist us a lot. And then, of course, our own city facilities, as we start to ramp up our phasing and hopefully get to that next phase of servicing our public, want to make sure that we have our city facilities in the right place to be able to service our residents and help us. And that could include everything from improvements to our air filtering systems, further barriers, wellness windows, if you want to call them that, to help ensure that we're not spreading the virus any more than necessary or at all. So in summary, what we are looking to do is, in general, we believe that with the identified items that we'd have, we would put forward a recommendation anywhere from $5 to $6 million that we would put in the next council meeting in those specific areas that you saw: public safety, communication, our own facilities, small business assistance, and social and human services. What we would then do is the additional funding would be put into the city's general fund. We would hold that to see how is it going to be necessary over the next year. Are there additional needs that are more acute and immediate? Is it going to help us recover? Because of course we have so much sunk costs that we've had as a result of this. Will it be needed to recover that? And so that would be the staff recommendation, but we really want to appreciate your guidance at this point in time. So thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, that's quite a bit. Council, are there any comments or questions? Well, I have a few comments. First of all, I am just very, very appreciative that these funds have come to our city at a time when we really needed them tremendously. We had the presentation from Sonia a month ago. Time is sort of in a strange place right now, but it's only been a month. All of this, just a total drop off in sales tax revenue that we knew was going to happen. And so, we didn't know how we needed to be prepared. We didn't know what was going to be the long-term damage, if you will, to the businesses that had to close down. And of course, Peoria, as well as all Arizona cities, gets their revenue from sales tax, or primary revenue from sales tax base. So all of this hurt everybody so much. But taking some of these funds and making sure that our business community can reap some of the benefits of it. They don't know what their new normal is going to be. Everybody has to deal with how can we get our consumers to have enough confidence to come back into the marketplace again. And I think, if we give them the funds to buy air filtering systems, if there's, funds for plexiglass, if there are ways for them to show the public that they can safely come out again, it's going to it's going to shorten the recession. And let those businesses start doing business again, really, in every way. The smallest of the businesses were the ones who suffered the most in our community, and those are the Main Street businesses, and we are able to take these funds and directly help them when they need it, where they need it. So I'm very, very happy about that. We've already dealt with the arts community in a small way, and we can look at that again, and just making sure that as we move into what a new normal might be, and taking the knowledge that we have learned from COVID-19, that we are able to do things like protect the senior population. We know that it's people who have conditions such as diabetes, senior care facilities, there's some very, very specific places that got hit the hardest. And so now we know that, and we can try to put these funds very targeted towards people who need it the most in ways that are going to help them live. And also, I think it's very important that we hold some of this back in reserve because it's going to take a long time to recover. Longer than I had originally hoped. It seems like a lot of people are waiting for a vaccine before they really feel safe enough. We have to see how people are going to vacation in a different ways, RVs instead of flying airplanes. the world is changing, and we need to hold back a little reserve to make sure that we know how to compensate for that as time goes on. So I'm very, very pleased with the ways that we're going to put this into effect and take a very measured approach at doing so. So thank you for putting this together, and I appreciate the presentation and all of your staff who had a lot to do with it, I know. So it's a big deal, and it's a very, very welcome big deal. So thank you for that. Anyone else?
Great, thank you. We will prepare council communication, refine those numbers, and bring that for you to at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and with that, we are adjourned until our 5 o'clock meeting in 10 minutes.
speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown clock is easily visible on the left side of the wall behind the City Council dais. Only items listed on the agenda may be addressed by the Council. Since items presented as part of a speaker's request have not been listed on the agenda, and due to the requirements of open meeting laws, the Council will be unable to respond to items presented as part of the speaker's request. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time, in the order that the forms were received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Peoria City Council meeting.
Peoria City Council meeting will now come to order. Please rise for a moment of quiet reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Binsbacher.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mayor Carlett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Patina.
Here.
Councilmember Binsbacher. Here. Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Hunt.
Here.
And Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council meeting of June 2nd, 2020. We will begin with our consent agenda this evening. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or have been previously reviewed by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion unless a council member requests an item to be removed and considered in the normal sequence on the agenda. Council, are there any items to be removed from consent? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, say nay. And the consent agenda passes unanimously. We will now move on to our regular agenda and new business, and we will begin with the first of 3 public hearings. The first one is 14R, public hearing, truth in taxation on primary property tax levy, fiscal year 2021. And I will turn it over to Mr. Tyne for a staff report.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. And this is an action item and will require a roll call vote. And for presentation, we have Barry Haug, our Assistant Finance Director, to provide us information.
Mayor and Council. Tonight, as Jeff mentioned, the next 3 items are really related to the state statute requirements for adopting a budget. The first one is the truth in taxation. This one is a little confusing. What we're required to do is post in the paper a couple times that we're increasing taxes. We also have to do a press release stating the same. So it's a little confusing to the public, and hopefully the next couple slides I can kind of show what's really happening. So as you know, in Arizona, the property taxes are split between 2 different areas, the primary property tax and the secondary property tax. On the primary property tax, you can use that really for anything governmental purpose. It can be police, fire, parks and rec, anything like that. The secondary is really can only be used for general obligation bond debt service. So when we build large capital projects and we borrow money, we use the secondary property tax to pay the debt service for that, and that's the only thing it can be used for. When we're looking at the tax calculation, there's really 2 variables that we're looking at. One is really the tax rate, and that's really controlled and set by council. And the second one is the valuation of the properties in Peoria. And the county provides that information to us. They do that calculation and provide that valuation. When you multiply those 2 variables together, you get the tax levy. So what I want to show you is this really boring graph that shows our tax rate. This is what council sets, and you can see since 2009 it's been exactly the same. So it's $1.44 per $100 of assessed value. The other variable is a little different. You can see it's gone up and down, and it's the assessed valuation, and that's, again, the values of the properties in the city of Peoria. So we're given that, and you can see that any increase in that assessed valuation would cause the trigger for the truth in taxation requirement. So that's kind of what is hitting us tonight on that. So again, the property tax rates, you can see the current rate is $1.44, that's 29 cents on the primary, and $1.15 on the secondary property tax rate. We are proposing that it stay the same for the fiscal year 21 budget at $1.44. When you put that into what is the levy would be just about 23.9 million total levy that we would receive, and that's an increase about 1.4 million or 6.6%. The portion that is really triggering again the truth in taxation is that $297,000 increase on the primary tax levy side. So with that, as Jeff mentioned, we do have to do a roll call vote, and that would be adopting the resolution with the stating that the intent is to raise property taxes in the city of Peoria. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Would you mind going back to that slide that you called boring?
All right. There it is.
So this shows the rate back to 2009. There was a point when we actually decreased our rate.
Yep.
What year was that?
That was 2008, it was $1.49, and then it went to $1.44 in 2009.
So we have not raised our property tax rate, but we have lowered it 5 cents per hundred. And today, we are also not raising our property tax rate, but property values have increased, which triggers this very strange confessional that we must go through, saying that property taxes are increased, when in reality, the rate has remained the same, except when we decreased it. Just want to clarify that. Thank you. Council, any questions or comments? All right, do I have a motion? So moved. A second?
Second.
Okay, and we will ask the clerk to poll the council for a verbal vote.
Councilmember Patina?
Yes.
Councilmember Binsbacher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Dunn?
Yes.
And Mayor Carlett.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Right, for our second public hearing, this is the fiscal year 2021 budget final adoption. Mr. Tyne?
Great, thank you. And Mr. Haug will again provide a presentation on this formal budget adoption step.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item tonight is the approval of the fiscal year 21 final budget. This is the second step for completing the formal adoption of the budget. And 2 weeks ago, Council adopted the tentative budget, which sets that maximum appropriation of $665 million. And we also had you approve the 10-year capital improvement plan that night as well. Excuse me. Just as a reminder that the budget process is really a year-long process. Council has met and discussed, as you can see on this chart, with many of the department operations, and that's really helped us that you provide direction to build that budget throughout the year. In early May, Council reviewed and recommended the budget that you'll see here tonight. I know we say this all the time, but we think it's important that the public really understand that we have Council adopted principles of sound financial management, and that really is something that is our foundation that we use every year when we're building that budget. When we look at those ongoing operations, we make sure that we have ongoing revenues to match them. When we maintain those healthy reserves, and that really helps us in times like now to make sure that we have time to really better gauge that financial picture, and we can close those short-term gaps that we had talked about. We do that 5-year forecast on all operating funds, and we do a 10-year forecast on our capital improvement plan. And we believe that is really helping us making those sound financial decisions. These policies have been in place for many years, and they have helped us to keep that strong financial position as we prepare to address the current financial challenges. So at the May session, we had talked about how this was a baseline budget, and after the pandemic, we kind of went back to the drawing board and put together a budget that was very similar to last year's. Jeff had mentioned that this is an original budget, and we'll probably need to make some adjustments over the next year, but we'll make sure we have those regular discussions with council and bring back any of those adjustments until we can get a better picture of what COVID and its effect on the economy. The proposed budget does not include any tax increases. The property tax, as we mentioned, remains at $1.44, and sales tax remains at 1.8%. And per council, we will be delaying the approved utility rate adjustments from July 1st to a January 1st start date. It also supports the goals and priorities that council discussed this past January. So with that, the budget we're proposing is $665 million. That's $5 million less than last year's budget. When we break it down, the capital program is about $233 million, and that's a 9% decrease over the 20 plan. Then we have our debt service at $42 million, and our contingency appropriation at $75 million. And as a reminder, again, that contingency appropriation is really for those unforeseen events, and we have to come back to you to spend that $75 million if it's required, and those are backed by our reserves and revenues that we have. The largest portion of the operating budget at $313 million. This is basically the same amount as last year, and that's what we're calling our baseline budget. So tonight we're asking council to adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions or comments? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Just a very quick comment. This was a lot of work, and with a lot of unknowns that were coming in at the last minute. I just want to thank the staff for the hard work that you guys put into this, because that was a lot of work to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. I concur. The budget was finished, and then COVID hit, and you had to basically start over or go back to scratch on that. And so I appreciate all the work that your department has done and that all of the staff did twice. We appreciate it very much. So council, do I have a motion?
I will move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion in many seconds. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. And the budget passes unanimously. Thank you. And for our next public hearing, fiscal year 2021, am I on the right page? Property tax levy. Right? Staff report, Mr. Tyne, am I on the right?
Yes, you have it right.
Okay,
Agenda
thank
item
you.
16R, the property tax levy. This is just a public hearing, so no council action is required tonight, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Haug.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As required by state statute, the city must hold a public hearing on the property tax prior to approving the city's tax levy. As stated earlier, the city does not propose any changes to the property tax rate, maintaining a rate of $1.44 per $100 of assessed value. So as you take the rates and assessed value and calculate that into the terms of revenue or tax levy, the city will receive approximately $23.9 million for fiscal year 21. As you can see, that's an increase of about $1.4 million or 6.6% in total from 20. The total increase is due to the increase in assessed valuations on existing properties and the addition of new properties. Here's that one graph I think you like. The city's total property tax rate has stayed the same for the past 12 years, and we did not propose any changes for fiscal year 21. When we look at the average property tax bill, you can see that school districts will receive about 55%, and then you have your county and special districts get about 32%, and then the city gets about 13% when someone's looking at their total tax bill, property tax bill. And again, as Jeff mentioned, there is no council action required regarding the property tax, as this is a public hearing only, and council will be asked to adopt the fiscal year 21 levy at the June 16th meeting. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor, are there any questions? All right, with that, I declare this public hearing open. If there is a member of the public who would like to address this issue, there are speaker request forms in the entry room, or you may just come on up to the podium. And I have no speaker request forms, and so I will close the public hearing. Council, further comments? Further? All right, seeing none, there is no action on this evening. This is only for public hearing. So we will move on to our next agenda item, 17R, temporary suspension of specified section of sign code. Mr. Tyne.
Great, thank you. And we have Katie Gregory, our Deputy City Manager, and Lori Deaver, our Planning Manager, will provide a presentation and action, potential action for this.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to open this real quick. I'm going to have Lori Deaver, our Planning Manager, kind of go through a few of the specifics on the temporary suspension of the sign code, the temporary sign portion of the sign code. But I wanted to just remind everyone, it has been a real privilege for me to be able to work with our small businesses in the community and to be kind of leading a group of excellent people who have been reaching out and trying to learn a lot about what's going on with small businesses, and in providing feedback on what would really move the needle for some of these folks. And it's disheartening at times when, as a public body, we don't have as many opportunities to directly help, but we have a lot of resources that we can provide for folks, and it's really important, I think, that we continue to be a place where people can come and get information. But for those things that we do have a little bit of ability to help with, we wanted to identify and we wanted to try to make some clear proclamations, resolutions about what it is that we can do. And this is one of those items, and it was on the list that Jeff provided earlier tonight when he was describing some of the CARES Act, some of the things that we'd like to be able to do. This is one item that, although we've been sort of doing this over the last 2 months, this will be kind of the formalization of how we've been treating our temporary sign code to assist our businesses and provide them with some extra tools or some extra time, more than anything, for them to be able to continue keeping their message out there that they're open, they're available, they'd like to see their customers come back. So with that, I'm just going to have Lori very quickly go through a couple of the provisions about this and just kind of what it is and what it isn't. So, Lori.
Thank you. Good evening, or it's technically afternoon still, I would believe, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. So let me begin by acknowledging, I'm not the first one to say it, but it bears repeating, that Peoria businesses are truly the economic engine of our community. And with that in mind, the purpose of this resolution is to assist our business community during this unique time, not only through the pandemic, but through the resulting economic distress as well. And while our businesses are in various stages of reopening, the city recognizes there is a need to let people, to have them recognize that they're open for business. And so they do this through creative means, but primarily it's through temporary signage right now, and it's been really effective. So therefore, the purpose of the resolution this evening in front of you is to acknowledge that many of our businesses continue to need our assistance in getting the message out to their customers through special messaging through this unprecedented time. And so we are proposing to suspend some of the sections of the sign code, in particular the temporary sign code. And this suspension would actually expire once the local emergency is lifted. So with that, as Katie mentioned, this resolution also formalizes the enforcement action practice that has been put into place since the beginning of the emergency as well. With that being said, I do want to mention that this suspension of the temporary sign code provisions in no way removes the requirements that are intended to protect public safety. For example, you can't tape a sign to a light pole or block sidewalks, or you can't basically put signs in the way of drivers as they're entering or exiting a driveway. So those standards still stay in place. Now, for the benefit of our online audience and those maybe who aren't familiar with the term temporary signage, you'll see temporary signs used in a variety of ways. Examples are on the screen in front of you. They could be used to announce like a yard sale, a home for sale, and election signage is most typical. However, in my presentation this evening, I want to focus on how temporary signage is most used in the business community. Pre-COVID, traditionally, temporary signage was used to announce special events, sales, or a grand opening of a new business. However, during COVID-19, now business community and businesses in particular are using the temporary signage to reach out to their customers to let them know that they're open for business, whether they have takeout available, dine-in options, any social distancing requirements and protocols that may be in place. These are just a few pictures, as you've seen one earlier through Mr. Tynes' presentation, but these are a few examples of how this has been effective within our community so far. So now, as I indicated, the suspension that we are seeking as part of this resolution would align with the local emergency declaration. So let me recap the effective change of this resolution this evening. Pre-COVID-19, typically businesses could have temporary signage to announce special events or promotions such as grand opening, sales, so forth. They were limited to qualifying events, and they were limited in duration. With this resolution, all businesses would now have the ability to use temporary signage during the extent of the emergency, with the understanding that the signage would need to comply with the size requirements, the area, and the placement restrictions still in place. So with that, Mayor and Council, we are asking for approval of Resolution 2020-43, temporarily suspending the enforcement of provisions of Section 21-836 of the Peoria City Code and terminating the temporary suspension of those provisions upon termination of the state of local emergency. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Patena.
Thank you, Mayor. I think part of these sign ordinance is that you can only cover so much of window space in a building. Does this take into consideration limiting the amount of coverage you can put into a window space? And I think it's done primarily for police, so they can make sure that in the evenings they can see inside the businesses, make sure everything is okay. So does that take this into consideration?
What's taken into consideration is the fact that those requirements still exist. All this will do is change the amount of time that signs are allowed to be up, which is one key factor, is that many businesses, 30 days isn't enough to have a temporary sign up, and where they put those signs, so we have to make sure that they're still following those provisions. But as far as the covering the windows, for the same reasons, they have to follow those safety protocols and make sure that we have the ability to, our officers and anyone else, has the ability to see what's going on inside. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, this is really kind of a result of the proactive outreach to the businesses and what they were needing from the city to help them recover, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Early on, when we started, right within the first week of the shutdown, if you want to call it that, we were trying to reach out and find out what businesses need. And this was one that they needed to make sure that people knew that they were still open for takeout and delivery. That was our first kind of foray into it. And then you start seeing some creative and unique ways in which people are trying to get the attention of their customers and people to see that they are open. And we've seen different ways in which they've done that. They're all great. They all work within what we have. We're just eliminating any time limitation on them for that. So absolutely, this was kind of proactive, and we've been doing that since the beginning.
I think this is just a great example of how staff reaches out and does things for the community and just our small businesses. We all know that small businesses are the one of the most important things that we have in this city. So I know on behalf of the entire council, we appreciate that effort and this result that came out of it. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Do I hear a motion in that?
Did you motion in front of me? Did you? Wow, I move, Mayor.
All right,
Okay.
I think we got it straight. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, that means it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to 18R, Charter Amendment, Article 2, Section 9A, discussion and possible action to adopt minor language change in Charter Amendment for Article 1, Section 9A, generally salaries, Citizen Commission on Salaries for Elected Officials. And I will turn that over to Mr. Tyne for staff report.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. And we will have a presentation for you shortly. Sharon Robertson, our Assistant City Manager, will present on the next two items. Just a reminder that this is really the culmination of a lot of discussion that has occurred both with the City Council as well with the Charter Amendment Review Committee. And this is really a follow-up from our very last study session where we had this discussion. I'll pass it to Ms. Robertson.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you'll remember, we were here 2 weeks ago for the study session to go over the charter amendments and review what the committee recommended for the final language to be placed on the general election ballot in November, on November 3rd of this year. So tonight, we have the action in front of you to refer these items actually to the ballot. Once again, just to take a minute to thank the Charter Amendment Review Committee for their hard work, and we have two members of that here in the audience with us tonight, Mike Keith and Jerry Johnson, so thank them for their continued engagement with the city. So the first item, and this came about from something that the mayor noticed last time, is we have just a minor change in the recommended language on the COLA, the automatic cost of living increase amendment. And as you'll see, about 2/3 of the way down, it just changes that the adjustment shall not exceed 2.99% per year instead of the 3% that we had originally. It does not change the intent or anything else about this amendment. It just clarifies that it definitely is capped at 2.99% per year, regardless of what the CPIU index indicates for any given year. So that will be one resolution that we will have you vote on, just to change that minor change to 2.99% in that one section. As we move on, just to remind you what these amendments will be. The first one is that the mayor shall serve for a term of 4 years. That's no change, but the change indicates that there will be 3 consecutive terms possible instead of the current 2, and that this begins at the beginning of the term in 2023. So it does not affect the current term. It is prospective in nature. Amendment number 2, as a reminder, is that the terms of the mayor, again, is that a vacant term that is filled by appointment or by election, that partial term shall not count towards a full term in the total term limits. If you have any questions or any clarification that you need, just stop me as I go through these, please. A continuation of amendment number 2 is the same regarding vacant terms for council members. The intent of this is that anyone that is appointed or special election to serve a vacancy, that partial term shall not count in the total number of terms. And then amendment number 3, we go back to that automatic cost of living increase. Again, it is based on the consumer price index for all urban customers or consumers, each year. And whatever that amount is, that would be an automatic cost of living increase for mayor and council in that given year. Should the CPIU be 3% or greater, the adjustment shall be capped at 2.99%. The second part of this puts sort of what we're calling a pressure relief valve on there, that if there are indicators of a national recession, and that being 2 immediately preceding successive periods of negative GDP growth, that the COLA will not apply. It will not be awarded to mayor and council in that year. So, perfect example right now, it looks like that's probably what would apply during this current year. Then amendment number 4, as a reminder, is if there is a vacancy in the office of mayor and council, that the council shall, that the city shall fill that vacancy anywhere from 12 to 30 calendar days from the time of that vacancy. And that's a change from previous was no more than 15 days, which caused a little bit of an administrative burden and was very difficult to get everything done in that amount of time. So just gives us a little more leeway and flexibility in that, filling those vacancies. And then the final amendment before you tonight is regarding primary elections. And this is that if no more than 2 candidates file nominating petitions for a vacancy to be filled in the office, the primary election shall be dispensed with as to that office. So the whole intent of this was to save money, to save redundancy, so that you don't have the same 2 candidates vying for the office on both a primary and a general election ballot. With that said, tonight what we're asking is that you approve the minor change to amendment number 3, clarifying that cost of living cap at 2.99%. And then upon approval of that, then to adopt 5 different resolutions which contain these amendment languages to be referred to the November 3rd, 2020 ballot for voter ratification. With that, any questions?
Thank you. Council, questions? All right. I also would like to thank Jerry Johnson and Mike Heath, who are here every time we have a council meeting, and for serving so diligently on the Charter Change Committee and the entire rest of the Charter Committee. They were really judicious and helpful in so many ways, and we appreciate the work that they put forward that we're going to be voting on tonight. And so we will vote on these separately and begin with item 18R. Council, do I have a motion on 18R? And a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. And that passes unanimously. And now we will vote on 19R, which is to adopt all of those resolutions at once. Do I have a motion on 19R?
So moved.
And a second? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And all those opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right, we will now become the Vistancia Community Facilities District Board. And we will move on to the consent agenda of that board, which consists of 1 item, the minutes from the May 19th, 2020 Vistancia Community Facilities District Board meeting. Board members, are there any items to be removed from consent? Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And all those opposed, say nay. And that passes unanimously. We will now move on to the regular agenda of the Vistancia Community Facilities District Board meeting. And this is a public hearing, item 21R, District Budget and Tax Levy for fiscal year 2021. Do we have a staff report, Mr. Tyne?
Yes, Chair and board members, we do, from Sonia Andrews, the Chief Financial Officer for the city and the Finance Director for the board.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair and board members. So I just have one slide that shows you what the proposed Vistancia fiscal year 21 budget and tax levy is. The important thing is that there is no change in the 210 tax rate. And so we're just asking for the public hearing and adoption of the final budget.
Thank you. Council, any discussion? Board members, any discussion? All right, I declare this public hearing open. Are there any members of the public who would like to address this issue? I have received no speaker request forms, and I see no speakers. I will close this public hearing. Is there a motion on 21R?
So moved.
All right, will the board please, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And it passes unanimously. Okay, we will now move on to the Vistancia West Community Facilities District Board meeting. Council agenda, the consent agenda consists of one item, 22C, the minutes from the May 19th, 2020 Vistancia West Community Facilities District meeting. Board members, are there any items to be removed from consent? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. All right, this is the regular agenda of the Vistancia West Community Facilities District Board meeting. This is a public hearing. It's the district budget and tax levy for fiscal year 2021. Staff report.
Great, thank you, Chair, and I'll pass this to Ms. Andrews as well.
So again, this is for the Vistancia West, and again, there is no change in the 210 tax rate, and all the other information is on the slide here.
Published in the Peoria Times. No change in the tax rate. Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? All right, I declare this public hearing open. Are there any members of the public who would like to address this issue? I've received no speaker request forms, and I see no speakers, so I will close this public hearing. Is there a motion on item 23R?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is call to the public on non-agenda items. If you wish to address the City Council, please complete a speaker request form. I have received no speaker request forms, and so we will now move on to reports from the City Manager. Mr. Tyne.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll keep my comments brief tonight. Just a reminder, we do like to provide an update with regard to the global pandemic and Peoria's response to that. And the city does continue to follow the guidance of Governor Ducey and is operating in what we call phase 1 of the recovery plan. And what that, of course, means is many of the services and activities are open to the public. However, some continue to have limitations in the interests of public health and safety. And so we'll continue to seek guidance and information from our subject matter experts, from the governor's office, from such federal agencies as the CDC, and also look very carefully at Peoria and specifically how we are able to address this situation. So more to come on that. Lastly, for those that were not able to watch the study session, we wanted to express our appreciation to Mayor Carlett for working so closely with Governor Ducey in helping to solidify the distribution of the Federal CARES Act funding to the city of Peoria. This is a significant amount of money, more than what was anticipated originally, and also without significant strings. As a result of that, this helps Peoria to really manage through the difficult times that we see and anticipate continuing here over the next several months. So really with that, if there's any questions that, of course, the public has, we stand ready to assist you in a number of different ways. So that's all the prepared comments I have on that. But to finish on a high note, we did want to show a short video highlighting Mayor Carlett's annual summer reading program, Peoria Reads, Today a Reader, Tomorrow a Leader, which kicked off yesterday, June 1st, and runs through August 1st. So we'll show that quick video.
Hi, I'm Mayor Kathy Carlett, and I am excited to announce that my 5th annual summer reading program, Peoria Reads, Today a Reader, Tomorrow a Leader, is set to begin on June 1st. I created this program to encourage Peoria's future leaders to read 20 minutes a day over the summer. And even though we've been dealing with some very real challenges in the past few months, we still love reading, and we're not going to let anything take that away. So we've made some adjustments to the program, which will be all virtual this year, but we didn't change the opportunity to win prizes, including Barnes & Noble gift cards, digital reading tablets, and 3 complete book sets. We've created some fun social media activities that I know our young readers will enjoy throughout the summer. These activities are aimed at recognizing all the amazing workers who have moved our community forward during this pandemic. You'll have the opportunity to thank our police and firefighters, those first responders we can always count on, the healthcare workers who help us stay well and take care of us when we're sick, our teachers who helped us finish out the school year without the use of a classroom, and our city's public works staff, those dedicated people who every day make sure our trash is picked up, our water is safe, and our streets are clean. Every time our readers participate online is another opportunity to win prizes. For additional information on how to pick up your bookmarks and participate in the social media activities, be sure to follow me, the City of Peoria, and our libraries on Facebook. You may also visit our libraries or the library webpage for additional information. Thank you, and happy reading. Thank you, and happy reading. All right, there being no further business, we are adjourned.
Right here. Check it out. Single, double. Check it out. Remember to breathe. Right here. Shoulders. Shake it out. Turn. We'll stay up one more time. If you need to, catch your breath, take a break, drink water. Okay, so we'll pick up right where we left off. We'll stay up. Remember, listen to your body. That is so important. Let's get started. Walk up it. Let everything go. Hands up. Hands up. Do it again. Single, double. So it's either step, step, double, or whatever you prefer. Back to the top. Let it go. Wind it. Single, double. Modification. Right here. Good stretch. Right back, single, double. Yes, nice work. We'll stay mid-tempo for just a few minutes. Side. Other way. Speed it up just a little bit. Down knock. 1, 2, 3. Arms up around your head. We're gonna step over, side to side. Walk it up. back. Knock, 1, 2, 3, step, step. Arms up. Nice work. Let's have fun. Walk to the side, turn. Walk, turn. Up and down. Walk. Last one before we stretch. Up, up, side, side. Up front, up, side, side, step, step. Side to side. Low. High. Finish low. Right here. Up, up, out, out. Up. Looking good. Side to side. Low. Low. Last time. Nice work. Well, we've come to that point where we will stretch, so let's do this together. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. Catch your breath, take a moment. We'll step to the side. A little faster. Slow it down. Step. We'll walk up, step, 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 step. Slow it down. Step. Arms up. We'll walk up. Last set. We're finished. Thank you guys for working so hard. I hope to see all of your faces soon. It's God's run on earth, like I tell you. Hug someone, do something nice for someone, take care of yourselves.
Good afternoon, Rio Vista family and City of Peoria. For those of you who are members here at Rio Vista, you know I'm Andrea and I'm your P90X and weight training instructor. I know that this is a very difficult and unprecedented time for all of us, but we wanted to pop in and work out with you for just a little bit and give you an opportunity to take a break and maybe remember the stuff that we do here at Rio. Well, as you know, I am a group fitness instructor, but I'm also a City of Peoria resident, and I've missed so many of you while we haven't been able to be here at Rio Vista. But I hope that you're taking care of yourselves and that if you're watching this video, you have an opportunity to work out with us and pull this up and play it again and again until we can meet back together. Wanted to remind you that during this time, this is the time to get healthy and stay healthy. We know the tips from the Centers for Disease Control and others who are monitoring our current situation. Stay hydrated, eat well, rest. More than anything, take advantage of our beautiful desert Southwest weather to get out. If you can't stay in any longer, which I know it gets hard to just sit in your house day in and day out, enjoy the beautiful Arizona weather and get some sunshine on your face. That vitamin D is really important. These workouts that we're going to do, we've got 4 blocks. This is all straight from P90X, but don't be scared because I'm going to show you modifications. So we're going to do a warm-up. We're going to do a little bit of core. I promise everybody can do this. A little bit of lower strength and a little bit of upper strength, and then a cool down. If you know me, you've worked out with me, we warm up, we cool down always. So take the opportunity to gather up some weights, whatever you have, even if it's some canned goods, some milk jugs, a resistance band, or just your body weight, because remember, body weight is weight. And so we're gonna go ahead and get started with the warm-up, and thanks for being here, everybody. I miss you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you when we all can get back together. If you have Facebook and Instagram, follow me on Facebook and Instagram, and reach out to me. I have some warm-up or some workout suggestions for you, other instructors who are doing virtual workouts, and we want to keep you healthy during this time. So thanks for coming. Let's get started. All right, we warm up. Start moving those feet. Even if you don't want impact, start getting that heart rate up and that blood flowing. It's important because this is movement prep. So we do 30 seconds in each warm up. Jog, jump rope. You ready? Here we go. Jump rope it out. Come on. If you're not feeling that jump rope, if you've been sitting just a little too long, this is good right here. Otherwise, for my students, come on, it's time to get ready. All right, squat to knee lift, squat, knee lift. We do have squats in our lower body section, so since we have squats, we want to warm up those hips. Remember, heart above hips, head above heart. One more. Step back lunge, open up that chest. In our upper strength block of work, we're going to be doing some chest and back work. Remember, form is everything. This is where we focus on our form for when we do upper strength and lower strength. One more, each side. Step out lateral, drop that hip, come on up, step in, go to the left. Keep breathing. Is your heart rate going up? Mine is. One more to the left. Now we're gonna fan up. We're gonna fold. We're gonna walk it out in an inchworm. Hit that plank. Push up if you wanna. Walk it back. Roll it up. Fan. Fold. Inchworm. Core in tight. Push up if you wanna. Walk it back. Up. Fan down. Walk it out. Push up. Walk back. Air squat it out. A few more squats never hurt. Now on your squats, focus on your form. It's not how deep you squat, it's how well you squat. Sit back in that chair. Warm up those hips, bump, bump, bump. So with Tabata, we're gonna do core first. It's a Tabata protocol, which means we have 4 exercises total. We're gonna do 2 and then 2. And we're going to do each pair 4 times. We're gonna work for 20 seconds and then rest for 20. The first move is a full leg bicycle. So you're down here, you're reaching. Come with me. Now, how fast you go is up to you. What's important is what is your core doing? Elbow to knee. Take a second, grab a weight. This is a weighted scissor. Come on back. This is you. Toes pointed, toes flexed for a little more resistance. Bring that core to the mat. I'll show you a modification When we do the next 20, back to that bicycle. So, bicycle. Shoulders up, chin tucked, elbow to knee. How fast you go is up to you. Breathe, knee in, foot out. Okay, we're back to that weighted scissor. If you have lower back issues and you want to modify, you can, here, bend those knees. Okay, the resistance is here, but bend your knees. Take some of the pressure off your lower back. If that's too much, drop your head. Drive that core to the mat. We are back to that full leg bicycle. Knees bent. Elbow to knee. Back to that weighted scissor. Again, weight at your chest, core in tight, shoulders up, scissor it out. You can come up higher. There's a little less resistance there. The lower you go, the more resistance you get. Doesn't seem like so much when it's only 20 seconds. So we have one more set of each one. We're gonna take a little break, bicycle it out. With all that's been going on, maybe you're doing more bicycling than ever. That's a good thing. All right, one more set of weighted scissor, and then we move to a new pair of exercises. A prayer crunch and a sumo wheel. Where are your feet? How low can you go? Bring that core to the mat. Breathe. Relax. Woo! All right, so we have a break between the next two exercises to get ready for them. The next two is a prayer crunch. If you work out with me, you know that means you're crunching, but you're bringing your hands right under your knees, expanding or contracting your ribs, your core, squeezing, crunching. We come up from that and we do what we call a sumo wheel. So we'll come up, unweighted, contract the obliques, side to side, in a sumo wheel. So a prayer crunch, and by now in the movement prep and in the core work, we're warm. Core says, pray a little. That's okay. So a prayer crunch. If you have a back issue, I'll go ahead and show you the modification. So instead of coming up and crunching, you're just gonna slide back. You can cross your arms. Otherwise, come with me. Apple under your chin, neck neutral, shoulders up, contract, ribs to hips, and breathe. Keep those hands below your knees. Crunch. Stand up with me real quick. All right, in sumo. Heels in, toes out, oblique crunch, come on. Woo! Smile when you do it. I won't say hurt, because we know this doesn't hurt. This is P90X. It doesn't hurt. All right, back on our backs. The core block is almost done. Back for prayer crunches. So knees bent, shoulders up, come on. So take that belly button and anchor it into the mat. Contract those ribs. Pretend you have an apple under your chin and your shoulders are soft. Crunch, crunch. Woo. Back to those obliques. Toes out, heels in. Crunch, crunch. Woo, I feel it. Doesn't seem like you're doing a lot of work, but I promise, if you are dropping that rib to that hip and squeezing those obliques, you're working. Woo, almost there. Back to prayer crunch. So here's you. I'm going to show the modification. With the modification, you're just rolling back. This is to protect your back if you have a low back issue. Anchor well, crunch, and return. Woo, makes it a little easier to get up for those sumo obliques. Heels in, toes out, just like we do with an sumo squat. Crunch, crunch. See the obliques work? Squeeze, woo. Remember, core in nice and tight. Woo, almost there. One more set, and then we move on to lower strength. So far, good stuff you can do at home without weights. So crunch, make sure that belly button is to the mat. Pelvis is tucked, shoulders are soft. Breathe. All right, one last set of oblique crunches, and we're pretty warm for upper strength and lower strength. There's the round bell we like. All right, P90Xers, you know what comes up next. We've got lower strength. Let me pull it up here for you. So this is something you can do at home with or without weights. I'm gonna use some weight. This is another group of Tabata work. We work 20, we rest 10. 2 pairs of exercises. We do the first 2, alternate them, take a little break, do the next 2. In this one, it's all stuff we've done before, weighted or unweighted. Remember, body weight is weight. So we're gonna start with what we call a pulsing squat. Weights in your hand or just your body weight. You're gonna drop down into a squat and then you're gonna pulse. So the first move is a pulsing squat. And we're gonna stay down and we're gonna pulse. Heart, head over heart, heart over hips, booty down, and then go to the right for a pulsing lunge here. And then to the left for a pulsing lunge here. So that's our first 2 moves. Then we have a pulsing Romanian deadlift. So that means we're gonna bend our knees just a little, work the booty, pulse the weights. Then a pulsing reverse lunge, kind of like a Bulgarian split lunge. By the time we get to the 4th move, a little more intensity. But we've got this. Roll those shoulders back, engage that core, set your mindset. It's a little challenging, but this isn't hard. Let's do this, come on. So just drop your booty, pulse down, look up. Don't look down. You're not going there. Woo. Yikes. All right, roll those shoulders back, engage that core. We're gonna go to the right side only in a lateral pulsing lunge right here. So pulse in, keep those toes going forward, chest up. Working the adductors and the abductors. Ooh, 20 seconds seems like a long time sometimes. Going back to the pulsing squat. Again, weighted or unweighted. So after this first 2 sets, I'll drop the weights, show you at home what it looks like without weights. Drive those heels in. Woo! So now we're going to the left in that pulsing lateral lunge. Toes are forward, shoulders back, core engaged. Step out. Right here. Make sure your knee stays behind your toe. This is hamstring and booty work. Adductors, abductors. Okay, so for you at home who don't have weights, I'm gonna drop those weights. I'm gonna show you what a squat looks like, unweighted. You're just gonna drop in, sink through your heels, head over heart, heart over hips. Where are your knees? All right. We're gonna go back to the right on that lateral lunge. Roll those shoulders back. Step out. Lunge. Now how deep you lunge is up to you. As long as your form is correct, I don't care if you're up here or you're down here. You're getting the work if your form is correct. Back to that squat. Okay, you've got weights. Now you can rack your weights, you can hack your weights, you can do one weight, or you can do body weight. Core in tight. All right. One last lateral lunge. We're gonna go back to the left. You're gonna step out, toes going forward. Where's your knee? Is your knee behind your toe? Are you sinking that backside? Do you feel it in the glutes and the hamstring? That's where it's working. All right. Whew. Shake it out. You've got a second before we do the next two moves. So the next two moves, of course, a pulsing deadlift. It's not a true deadlift because we're not coming off the ground and going to the top. We're starting at the top and going down into a reverse deadlift or a Romanian deadlift. So your shoulders are going to be rolled back. Where are my shoulders? Core pulled in. Take that pelvis, pull it up toward your nose, engage that pelvis. So when you drop in, knees are slightly bent, you're working booty, back is flat. Okay, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. You work out with me, you know what it looks like. Roll those shoulders back, engage that core, drop that chin, and we're gonna pulse right here. Now the challenge with this block of work is those pulsing reverse lunges. We'll get there right here. Make sure your back is flat. Chin is tucked. Core is tight. Hamstring and booty work right here. We've been sitting way too much. Whew, everybody's been sitting. I keep hearing about the quarantine 15. Let's come out of this with the quarantine lost 15. Step back, shoulders up. Pulse that lunge, slow or fast. I don't care. I care about your form. Is your core in tight? Do you have resistance? Whew, one more. Whew. It's a workout. Shoulders back, core in tight, come on. All right, reset. Shake it out. Make sure you have a towel handy. This can get a little warm. Step back, shoulders back, drop in. What don't we want to do on a lunge? We don't want to push that knee forward, do we? Want those shoulders back, not down here. Keep it nice and tall. Like there's a string going from the top of your head to that back knee. Woo! Shoulders back, core in, here we go. Hold on to those weights. It's a pulse. Back to the right with that pulsing lunge. Step back, just on the other side of that train track. Pull those shoulders back, pull that core in, and breathe. Pulse. This is working the quads. Where's that front knee? Is it staying even with that ankle? Behind the second and third toe. We're almost there. How straight is your back? Where's that core? Where's that chin? Are your glutes on fire? Keep breathing. Woo! All right, one more on this lower strength block of work. Step back, drop that knee, come on. Shoulders back, core in tight. You got this. Woo! There's those round bells. Beautiful. Okay. One last set of interval work. Keep a couple sets of weights handy. Okay. I've got my 10s and my 6s. Intervals. 2 pairs of exercises. 40 seconds of work, 20 seconds of resistance. This is dynamic and isometric. So it means we're going to work and then we're going to hold. So we're going to do a standing fly. So that means we're going to engage the back right here. The lats, the deltoids, the rhomboids. We're going to squeeze and lift. Then when we do that hold, we're going to lift it up and hold. We're going to pull that core in nice and tight and we're going to squeeze the back and engage the back. That's upper back work. Then we're going to do what we call a lateral raise. A little bit more back and shoulder work. We're going to lift and lower and lift and lower. And then we're going to lift and hold. So you do you, boo. Then we've got a standing tricep extension and a bicep curl. You know me, you work out with me. If you don't, I'm going to tell you, bicep curl isn't about how big the weight is that you're flinging. It's how much engagement you're getting in that bicep and strengthening the bones underneath it. All right, so we're gonna start with a chest fly, lift and lower, lift and lower, lift. Now core in tight, chin neutral, lift and lower. We do have a maximizer. You knew it was coming. All my students, you know we get at least one around. I think these 10s were ambitious for this. Squeeze and hold, it's all in the back. We're working to fatigue. I should have grabbed the 8s, but it's okay. All right, stand up. Lift and lower. Now a lateral raise, you don't need weight at all because you're asking your shoulders and your back to engage. You can also alternate this. If you've got one shoulder that has problems, maybe an injury, go lighter on one side, go no weight on one side. Core engaged, lift and lower, lift and lower. All right, lift it up. I'm gonna take some of the tension out. A little tired, and that's okay, we work to fatigue. If it's too light, you're not really getting the benefit. Work until you're tired, till you're sweaty, till you're working. All right, one weight, standing, overhead, tricep extension. Bring those elbows into your forehead. Lower and left and lower and lift. Now, where are your elbows? Are they out here? Too much pressure on your shoulders. Bring those elbows forward. Lower the weight. Lower the weight. And lift. Is your core engaged? Is your booty engaged? Are you breathing? Drop those shoulders out of your ears. Now, halfway down in that diamond grip. Right here. Do you feel it in your triceps? I do. Are your triceps like hot right now? That's okay. Breathe. Bicep curls. All right, my class. Engage those biceps. So not here, not here. Nice and tall. Engage those biceps. Shoulders relaxed. You know the drill. Now for our hold, we're gonna drop these bad boys halfway. And we're gonna hold. All right, come up. Right here, now pull those elbows in. Relax those shoulders. You see what it looks like? My hands aren't moving. My biceps are completely engaged. They're hot. They're working, even at rest. All right, come on down. This is what our maximizer is. It's a renegade row. Row, reset. Row and reset. Core in tight. Energy back through your heels. Row and reset. Core work, shoulder work, upper back work. Halfway there. Okay, no hip rock. Engage the core. Engage the booty. Not here. All right, take a knee. Stretch it out. We're gonna do that all again. Little warm, get a drink. I brought my towel. You guys know me, I always have my towel. So get a drink, stay hydrated. My cup says, act like a lady, lift like a boss. That's our marching orders. Be human first, but when you're in the gym, be a beast. Bring it, don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid to get stronger. Don't worry about the results. The results you need, you'll get. So, going back to that chest fly, okay? We're not flinging. You all know me, I won't even demo that fling. That's dangerous. Squeeze and lift, come on. Feet are hip width apart. That core is in. Squeeze and lift. Now lift it up. Hold it. Put the work in that back. You're tired by now, I know. I'm gonna drop my weights for that lateral raise. For those of you who don't have weights, here's what it looks like. You're gonna squeeze and lift, and then you're gonna relax. So squeeze, relax. Core in tight, because your arms weigh something, okay? These are the kind of workouts people say, but I don't have equipment. It's okay. You don't need equipment for everything. Put some soup cans in your hand. If you're really ambitious, some big cans. I picked up a can of refried beans. Those bad boys are heavy. Use refried beans if you want some good resistance. All right, lift it up and hold it. Lift it up and hold it. So here's that chest fly. Notice I got lighter weights. The weights you use are not the only indicator of your strength. Your form is an indicator of your strength. Can you pick up that weight? Can you squeeze your back? Can you hold that weight? All right, lift and hold. Think about the music. Think about something else. The fact that we're almost done. Woo! All right, here's that lateral raise for those of you without weights. So, core in nice and tight. Booty strong. Lift those shoulders. Squeeze those shoulders, lift those arms. Now, if you need to alternate, you're gonna lift and lower. Look at what's happening to your shoulder. It's working, even without weight. That upper back is working. Those traps in your neck are working. There's work happening here without weight. Back to bilateral. So lift and hold. Okay, bring that core in nice and tight. Relax the shoulders. Breathe. Here we go. Overhead tricep extension, diamond grip, elbows forward. Lift and lower. Now out here, more tension on your shoulders. In here, working that tricep. Ladies, here's where we get rid of those wings. My class knows this is one of my favorite upper strength blocks because this music is so fun. You don't realize you're working when the music's good. Drop it down halfway, squeeze those elbows forward. All right, bicep curls. Pick up those weights, come on. Shoulders back. Contract, relax. Contract, relax. All the way down and all the way up. Where are your elbows? Are they coming forward? Pin them back. All right, lift and hold right here. Knuckles forward, elbows pulled in, all the tension in the biceps. Going down. One last set of Renegade Row. Grab your mat. Set up those weights. Nice and strong. Row and row. Stay in it. We're almost done. There's that round bell. Take a second. Stretch out those shoulders. Whew. You know it was work. You know we did it. I didn't even track heart rate, but I can guarantee we're breathing hard. Take a second, make sure your weights are not in the way. Shake it out. Kind of the spaghetti arms. Whew. All right. So, when things get back to normal, and we can all meet again, for those of you at home, that's just a sampling of the work we do here at Rio Vista. During a P90X class, you saw that it's completely modifiable. It's for everyone from 20 to 100, seriously. So take a big breath up. Oh my goodness, take in all the good that you just did. Blow out all the stuff that's going on right now. One more big breath up. Whew. All right, step back with that right foot. Woo, drop down that knee. Push that hip forward. Stretch that hip. Remember, we warm up, we cool down. Straighten that back leg. Stretch. Lean forward just a little. Pop that toe. Come on down. Woo, stretch that hamstring and that calf. Come on up, switch to the left, drop that knee, drive that hip forward, stretch that hip, that quad. Front knee bent, back leg straight, Lean forward into that just a little so you stretch everything all the way down. Flip that heel, pop that toe. Come on down. Stretch that other calf and hamstring. Swing that foot around. Drop those shoulders. Press. And to the left. Back to the right. Back to the left. Come on down. Touch. Hamstrings. Flip those heels back in. Roll up one vertebrae at a time. Take your whole side body and go to the right. Sweep around to the left. And bring that right foot behind. Stretch over. Ooh, all the stretches. You can do these at home, and you should be. Immobility leads to inflexibility. Let's get that blood flowing. And again, bring that arm around. Open up that shoulder, don't pull it. And back. Arms out, drop that chin. And over. Shoulders down. Bring your hands together behind your back. Another big breath up. Fan down, bring this arm this way and this arm this way, and give yourselves a hug. Because I can't see you right now doesn't mean that I don't miss you. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care, God bless, I love you, bye.
I'm Akua Jitahadi, your instructor. We're gonna start off today with Move and Groove. We're gonna warm up, we're gonna bring that heart rate up a little, then we're gonna cool down. But this is a time to just relax and have fun. And remember, we are in this together, and we will get through this. So let's get started. So we're just gonna tap our feet. This is a warm up. We don't even have to bring our hands into it. Just move those feet. Listen to the beat. So remember, have water, go at your own pace, stop if you need to. This is for you, so I want you to make sure that you are safe, comfortable, and ready to just have some fun. So let's just step. A step. Now bring a little bicep curl in it. Ah, yeah. Hopefully you're moving and grooving like me. Let's march. Just up and down. Uh-huh. We're moving. Now tap those heels with a bicep curl. Bring those elbows close to your body. Just bring them up. Now we're gonna go up, push. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. You know what? You can bring your family members in too. Just 6 feet apart, that's all. And let's cross it. Bend those knees a little, warming them up. Let's take it up again. Warming up that body. And even if you're by yourself, smile. Oh, let's march again. Let's march wide. Bring it back in. Now march wide again and bring it in. And so we're going in and out. With the arms if you need them. Work it. Let's march again. Keep marching as we get into the next song. We're still doing a warm-up. Faster beat. We're gonna move more of this body. Let's walk. With a bicep curl. Oh, are we partying like Americans? Now tap that toe. Push those elbows back. Bring those shoulder blades together. Let's walk again. Clap with me. Are we gonna have a wild night and party like Americans? Oh my gosh. Okay, back to that march. I'm moving back a little. I moved up a little on you guys. Now kick it out. Push that arm with you. Kick it forward. Now push that back door. Close it. Like you got something in your hands. Kick it with your foot. Few more. Lead with that heel. Let's go. I'm gonna work some arms. Get that cardio in it. If you get a little breathy, can't talk while you're doing this, then don't bring them over your head, just go here. But if you can still got some breath, you can talk, let's take it to the ceiling. Now just stay up here. With that march, if your shoulders are tired, push it forward. But if you can hang with me, let's go up. Work on that heart rate. Now, bring it down. We're gonna do a modified jumping jack, and that's simply, now for those of you at home who said, hey, I can do this, you go right ahead. But for those who feel this is comfortable, stay right here. Okay, we got a tempo beat, change. So we're gonna go 1, 2, double. Tap, tap, and shuffle. Or you can just, if you're saying a kua, you're putting too many footwork in there for me, you can do this. For others, tap, push, push, push. So this is if you can't bring the feet in and you want to just do the arms. For those who can bring the feet in, it's tap, tap. Few more of these, then it's stomp, double stomp. This is to get your heart rate up. Bring those arms in it. Now for those seasoned ones, go low. Bring those thighs into it. But anybody else, you can stay up here. You're still getting your workout on. Remember, drink water when you're ready. Here we go. Tap, 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 tap. R, Wow, it ended. Take a deep breath in, blow it out. Another breath in, blow it out. Get some water if you need it. Have a towel. If you feel like your heart's going too fast, just step till you feel comfortable and then join us again. I slowed the pace, so that'll give you a chance to catch up. Catch your breath, I mean. Let's go sideways. Okay. As you can tell, I stepped on my own shoestring. So I want you to continue doing this, and I'm gonna tie my shoes so I don't fall. Keep moving. This way. Now stay here and just single tap. Move those arms with you. Let's move again. Yes. Have fun with it. Stop here, singles. We're gonna do a move of the four corners. So swing that leg out. Turning that knee out. Boom, boom. Circle those hips. Let's walk with me. Push those arms out. Ow! Then, push it. Now we're gonna alternate it a little. We're gonna alter it. We're gonna push, 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 up, side. Stretch those side muscles. Pull in that stomach. Remember, bend those knees. We don't want to hurt our lower back. Yes. Are we ready? Let's go. Yes. Okay, how you feeling out there? You feel like you're moving and grooving a bit? I think you are. Oh. It's nice to get a sweat on today, isn't it? Let's pony. Just a side tap. If you're saying, Akua, I could not raise my arms anymore. Keep them down and let the feet work. Do a little cute, bring that shoulder in it. Up here if you can. Let's go. Kick. Touch the shoulder, kick it out. Like I said, if you get breathy, push it out. Still working those arms. Back to the beginning. Little backstroke. So it's like back, 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 back. Forward, forward. Back. Forward. Let's do it till the top. Remember, you can bring the arms down as long as your feet are still moving. Then it's or push it out. backstroke, forward. Ah, excellent. Hope you're feeling good at home. I'm feeling good. Hope you're feeling good. Drink water. We're going to walk forward and back. Let's go. And it's up, back. Yeah. We're not running, we're walking. Do you bring your style into it? When I'm in the air, walk up, back. Let's go. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Work it. Yes. Now back here, up, back, up. You can do what I'm doing. Bring the arms in it. Push back, up, back. Stay here, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Now let's do it with the knees up. 1, 2, 3. 1. Lift those knees. Pull in that stomach. Yes. Let's move. Oh, I know you're doing it. Ready, walk. Clap with me. Let's go. Knee up. Oh, yeah. You know, I missed my class, and I'm glad to be able to bring this to you today and get your workout on. But we will meet up again. Oh, yeah. Last one. Back here. Now, always remember, if you're like Akua, I'm tired, just march. This is where you can always go back to. In anything we do, you can come back to just stepping. You don't have to go left. You don't have to go right, up or back. If this is where you are, be in that moment and enjoy it. Let's walk. Tap, tap, tap. Yes. You know, if I'm not mistaken, you're almost halfway through. So you're working it. Yes. Good work. Remember, get some water, get a towel. Anybody who knows me knows I sweat. We're going to do some side steps. Let's go. One leg. In and out that one leg. Other leg. Feels like a maniac? Nah. Let's march. We're going to alternate. Just an outside step march. Now take it back. Work it. Side step one leg. Gonna do 4. Switch. Take it back. Ow! Side out. Other side. Uh-huh. You know, at some point, I'm gonna bring some squats in, but not on this song. Take it back. Work it. You ready for those 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take it back. Ah. Just stepping back and pushing those arms out. All right. Very good. Ready for that next one? I am. Ready for some salsa? Oh, it's what we did just now in the other one. We're just trying to bring a little bit more movement in the hips. Oh! Bring those arms up, pull that stomach in. Let's go forward. Back. Ah, work it. Work those arms. Stay here. Tap, 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 step. Tap, tap, tap. Just pull. Oh, keep doing it. Let's go. Pause. Now with a dip. Work those legs. Push that bun back. Bend. Hype that chest up. Warm them up. Step down. Ah, cha-cha. Can you cross that leg? Step out. Cha-cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. Forward. Ah, yes. Let's go. With a little bend. Just side tap. Now front tap with some shoulders. Forward. No cha-cha. How we doing out there? Getting water? Hopefully you're having fun. We're gonna cool down now. Wow, that went so fast. I hope you really enjoyed it. We're gonna step side to side, bring our heart rate down. Over. Other way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and oh yes, tap the heel. Take a deep breath in. Blow it out through your mouth. Through your nose. Blow it out. Roll those shoulders back. Now rolling forward. Bring them up. I want you to have your legs slightly wide, bending those knees, stomach pulled in, shoulders rolled back. Push that upper torso, not your hips. Side, to the one side. Palms up. Keep those hips stationary. Other side. Couple more. Now take this arm over and stretch. Okay, bring this arm out. Take that other arm over and stretch. Bring it back, bring it down, roll them back again. Excellent. Now bring them up to your ears and drop them. Your ears and drop. Ears, drop. Now take it overhead, hand on one side on the hip, stretch. Stretch for the wall in your house. Bring it down. Take that other hip, put that hand on that hip, take that other arm over and stretch it. Very good. Bring it back. Tap that toe, tap, 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 tap. Tap the heel. Few more. Now I want you to take this arm and take it across. Bring that other arm to stretch it. You're stretching that shoulder blade in the back. Pull in that stomach, slightly bend those knees. Breathe. Open it up. Take the other arm across and stretch. Ah, yes. Bring it down. Bring it up. Climb that rope. Try to reach that ceiling. Stretch. Pull. Yes. Pull in that stomach. Bring it down, swinging those wrists out. Now the other way and bring it back up. Stretch again. And bring it down. Take it back. Tap that heel down. Boom. 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 Put that foot solidly on the floor. Now step back. Drop that foot. Bend that knee. Stretch the back of that leg. Bring that chest up and stretch. Now bring it up and stretch. Be mindful of where that knee is. It should not be past that foot. Step in slowly. Push that other foot back. Drop that heel. Bend that knee. Stretch that calf. Pull in that stomach. Bring those arms up. Again, be mindful of where your knee is. You don't want it to go past your foot. Step in. Step out, take a deep breath in. Another one. Blow it out. Roll the shoulders. And let's just tap. Again, I thank you. This was our Move and Groove class. I really hope that, it gave you a little workout. We love your feedback, so reach out to us. And just move, bringing it down. Put a little groove in it. Yeah, listen to the beat. Thank you.
I'm Mayor Kathy Carlett. As we all work together to continue to fight the progression of the COVID-19 pandemic, I am reaching out personally to assure you that your well-being remains our highest priority. Each of us have made considerable sacrifices over the past few months, and I am very proud of how we have pulled together to protect the health of our families and the health of our community. During this difficult time, the City of Peoria has worked hard to protect the core services you rely upon. In line with the guidance of top public health officials and Governor Ducey's Return Stronger executive order, today I am issuing the City of Peoria's third proclamation under the Declaration of Emergency, which allows a phased plan to reopen City of Peoria buildings, facilities, and programs. Beginning Saturday, May 16th, the City of Peoria will begin to open park areas, including playgrounds, dog parks, sport courts, and other amenities. Beginning Monday, May 18th, city buildings, including City Hall, libraries, and the Community Center, will open with various limitations, including strict sanitization and social distancing protocols. For a complete list, please visit the City of Peoria's COVID-19 webpage. Up to this point, the reason that we have been able to slow the spread is because each of us has been working intentionally to reduce physical contact. We've done our part adhering to the CDC guidelines by staying home as much as possible and keeping a distance of at least 6 feet between us and those outside of our family. As we begin reopening, we must remember that there is nothing more important than our health. We must continue to act responsibly. Let's not forget that physical distancing works. We look forward to a successful phased approach where Peoria residents can once again enjoy the wonderful services our city offers, along with the added sensibilities we have learned through this pandemic. We are in this together, and together we can and will stay strong.
I'd like to call this meeting of the Peoria Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Welcome everyone who's watching tonight's meeting remotely as we adhere to social distancing guidelines to ensure everyone's safety. While I'm the only one here behind the dais, we have other members of the commission joining us by phone tonight. To see who's on the line, we're going to begin with a roll call. Vice Chair Jay Otluski.
Yes, present.
Secretary Brian Patterson.
Present.
Commissioner Sean Hutchinson.
To ensure everyone's safety.
Commissioner Sean Hutchinson. Thank you. Commissioner Linda Grice.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Clay Alsop.
Present.
And finally, Commissioner Tony Fighter.
Present.
Thank you, and Chair is obviously present. I'd like to read an opening statement to begin tonight's meeting. This commission is composed of Peoria citizens who have been appointed by the City Council to serve on the commission as a civic responsibility without compensation. Our duty is to study and review planning and zoning issues within the City of Peoria. The commission hears zoning cases, holds public hearings, or may conduct a study session on a topic. Decisions made by the commission are forwarded as written recommendations to the City Council, who takes final action. Due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, which have prompted declarations of a public health emergency at the city, county, state, and federal levels, this April 9th, 2020 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting will be conducted using measures to protect public health. Consequently, tonight's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting will be held remotely through technological means as permitted under Arizona law. Specifically, public access to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting is restricted in order to prevent a large or close gathering of the members of the public to promote social distancing. Please advise there will be no call to the public during tonight's meeting. While members of the public are not permitted to attend the meeting in person, they are encouraged to listen to the meeting remotely by viewing the meeting via the live stream broadcast at Facebook at Facebook at City of Peoria AZ, or YouTube at Digital Peoria. In addition to viewing online, Peoria residents may also view the meeting live on Cox Channel 11 or CenturyLink Channel 8509. These measures are in place to limit the need for members of the public to participate in large public gatherings while ensuring that the discussions, deliberations, and actions of the Planning and Zoning Commission are transparent and conducted openly. Should members of the public have comments or questions regarding tonight's agenda, we ask that they submit them in email to planning@peoria.az.gov. Comments that were received by the department prior to this meeting tonight will be read under the record during the respective agenda item. All hearings are conducted in accordance with the rules for procedures and Robert's Rules of Order. Each case will be called in the order in which it appears in the agenda unless otherwise announced during the meeting. And in the interest of maintaining a fair and efficient hearing, the Commission will adhere to the following steps. Chair will open the case. City staff will then provide a brief report and recommendation. The applicant is then invited to give a presentation. The chair will read the submitted testimony provided by the public in advance of the meeting. After all of the testimony has been taken, we'll invite the applicant back up to provide any rebuttal or final statements. Finally, we will have the commission discussion and decision. Any member of the public may appeal to the City Council the decision of the commission regarding a conditional use permit. The appeal must be submitted in writing to the Planning and Community Development Department within 15 calendar days of the date of the commission's decision. All commission recommendations on public hearing items, including general plan amendments, rezones, zoning code amendments, and special plans move forward to a regular City Council meeting. The City Council will then act on the recommendation of the Commission. The City Council may concur with the decision, modify it, overturn it, or remand it back to the Commission for further consideration. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the opening statement. Our first item of business tonight is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is for items that are routine in nature and consists of 3 items tonight. We have item 1C, disposition of absence. Discussion of possible action to approve the absence of Secretary Brian Patterson from the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting held on March 5th, 2020. Item 2C, discussion of possible action to approve the minutes of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting held on March 5th, 2020. And item 3C, Quick Trip, conditional use permit CU 19-11. A request for a conditional use permit to permit a new Quick Trip fuel service station with an associated convenience store on a property located at 7455 West Peoria Avenue. So we're going to do things a little bit differently tonight, Commissioners. I'm going to ask each of you whether you have any questions or comments about any of these consent agenda items before us tonight. And I'm going to be asking in a round-robin manner. I'm going to start with Commissioner Otluski. Do you have any questions or comments about the consent agenda?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson. Commissioner Patterson? Well, I'm going to go on to Commissioner Hutchinson.
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Grice?
No questions.
Commissioner Alsop?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Fighter?
No questions. I'd just like to say that I'm excited about the reuse of that vacant Walgreens at that corner. So
No questions.
I have no questions.
Great, thank you. Did I hear Commissioner Patterson say you have no questions? Commissioner Patterson, do you have any questions or comments on a consent agenda? Can we continue? Did you hear yes? Okay. All right, sounds like we're having a little bit of audio difficulties here, but I think we've heard from everyone. With that, I'm going to request a motion at this time, and to ensure we accurately capture who's making the motion, Commissioners, please state your name, if you would, before making your motion. May I have a motion on the consent agenda?
No questions. No questions.
Chair, this is John Hutchinson. I'm making the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Hutchinson. We have a motion
This
to...
is Tony Fighter. I'll make a second.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Fighter. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. We'll now take a roll call vote on the motion to approve the consent agenda. Commissioners, please respond with yay or nay. Commissioner Otluski?
Yay.
Commissioner Patterson? Commissioner Patterson? Seem to be having difficulties with Commissioner Patterson's line. While we're figuring that out, I'm going to move on. Commissioner Hutchinson?
Yay.
Commissioner Grace?
Yes.
Commissioner Alsop?
Yes.
Commissioner Fighter?
Yay.
All right, and chair votes aye as well. Do we try Commissioner Patterson? Can you hear us okay, Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
All right. How do you vote, yay or nay on approving the motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And we have unanimous approval of the consent agenda. We're now going to move on to our regular agenda. We have 4 items before us tonight for discussion and possible action, all, as I understand it, minor general plan amendments. We're going to begin with item 4R, Arrowhead RV and Boat Storage. This is a minor general plan amendment. GPA 19-05 is the case number. We'll be considering amending the general plan land use map for approximately 21.1 acres from traditional residential, 2 to 5 dwelling units per acre, to the employment, business, commerce, land use designation. The site is located at 11150 West Beardsley Road. That's 11150 West Beardsley Road. The applicant has also submitted a companion application to rezone the property from Suburban Ranch SR 43 to the proposed Arrowhead RV planned area development. However, that rezone request is still in review by city staff and will be considered a future public hearing yet to be determined should the requested general plan amendment be approved tonight. And with that, staff, please present your report.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is Chris Hawkes. I'll go ahead and start, and then I'll turn it over to the staff. I wanted to make a few overarching remarks first before we get into this particular case and the other ones that follow. As you noted, all of the cases tonight are on the regular agenda are minor general plan amendments. The items on the regular agenda, they're timely. A few were initiated by the city of Peoria, and a few were initiated by private parties. They pertain to last refinements proposed for the general plan. With your recommendation, these will then move forward to the April 21st City Council meeting for final action. On a month later, on May 19th, we will be asking the City Council to place the final version of the general plan on the November ballot. The final version of the general plan may or may not include these last refinements. It depends on how the actions go, obviously. After May 19, we're going to have what's called a blackout period until the November ballot. What that means that we're not going to take any action on any general plan during that time, hence the need for the timing question that we have. As you know, typically we have the general plan amendment and the rezone together on the same night. As you can see, given the timing issue, we allowed the general plan part of the item to move forward. So for those watching out in the public that may have an interest in the Arrowhead RV case or the Peoria Commons, I want to provide some clarity here. The general plan amendment establishes the underlying land use for the site. Do we want commercial? Do we want residential? That's what that establishes. The rezone, which is a separate case, that establishes the development standards and the development program. And in that sense, we get more into the detail. We look at things like traffic and access and setbacks and height requirements and so forth. So they're separate applications. So tonight, all we're looking at is the land use disposition of the property. I want to mention, though, that particularly for the Arrowhead RV and the Peoria Commons, they have separate rezone cases associated with them, and those are not ready to move forward for a public hearing. We understand there's still some questions that some of the public have, and there's time to address those questions. And so when those items are ready to move forward, they will be properly noticed and they will come forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then City Council. So I just wanted to make sure that that was known. So with that, I wanted to go ahead and turn that over to Rick. He's going to present the first case.
Thank you, Chris, very much, Chairman,
Good evening, members of the commission. It's a pleasure to be here before you this evening. Item 4R is a request by Jason Morris, Withy Morris, to amend the general plan land use map for approximately 21.1 acres of land located at 1150 West Beardsley Road. If I could direct your attention to the exhibit on the right, you can see outlined in red the subject site. It is an atypical configuration, and it stretches from Beardsley Road to the south to Rose Garden Lane to the north, and it is bounded by 112th Avenue to the west, and essentially the Ventana Lakes community to the west, or I'm sorry, to the east. They are requesting a land use change from traditional residential to employment, business, commerce. Taking a little closer look at the site, the existing use on the subject site is the former Linden Tree Nursery. From a contextual standpoint, again, the subject site is outlined in red. To the north, you have a sand and gravel mining operation. A little east of that is state-loaned and actually a couple of vacant parcels owned by the city of Peoria. To the west is a power line corridor and then the EPCOR wastewater treatment plant. South of the subject site is Beardsley Road, and then the city of Peoria water treatment plant. And as I stated earlier, east of the site is the Ventana Lakes residential community. The existing category for the subject site is traditional residential, which generally provides for single-family residential at a density of 2 to 5 dwelling units per acre. The request this evening before council or commission is to amend that land use to the employment business commerce, which typically is business office, call centers, mini storage, research and development, industrial uses within a campus format that are typically low intensity in scale and as well as land use consumptive. What you see before you now in this exhibit is the conceptual site plan that we have with the companion rezoning case as well. I thought it was appropriate to show this conceptual site plan so we could just give an overview of how the site is going to function as we're considering the land use appropriateness this evening. I'm going to start to the south of the site, which would be the left of the exhibit in front of you, and just note that that is Beardsley Road, which is also the main entrance of the proposed boat and RV storage facility. As some may know, there's an existing structure out there that was used as the office component for the existing nursery. That building is going to be converted and will become essentially the administrative offices and the security offices for the proposed site. To the moving, I guess it would be to the top of the, or to the west, which is up on this exhibit. That would be 112th Avenue, and you can see essentially those structures that are outlined in the hashed red. That would be the enclosed or garage-style portion of the proposed boat and RV storage, and that essentially is along the eastern or western edge of the proposed development. Now, the center of the development, you see another set of red and white hashes. That would be the covered RV parking, not totally enclosed, but a rooftop cover to provide shade for particular or potential customers. And then along the eastern edge, or I'm sorry, to the right would be the northern edge, Rose Garden Lane, which you see a secondary entrance there as well. And then along the eastern portion of the development is an unimproved 111th Avenue and a portion of the potential site, future site that is non-covered, non-enclosed. Taking a look at it from an analysis standpoint, and taking in the historical context, as we stated, it was an existing functioning nursery. It is an atypical shaped parcel where it's approximately 300 feet at the southern edge and about 200 feet at the northern edge. And you also have to take a look at the characteristics of the surrounding uses with respect to the light industrial mining operations, the water treatment plants to the west and to the south as well. With respect to the employment, business, commerce, land use category, typical zoning districts found within that zoning district are general commercial, regional commercial, and business park light industrial, which is a boat and RV storage is a permitted use in that zoning district. But more importantly, we view that this site has the ability to provide a context-sensitive transitional area between the more intense land uses to the northwest and to the south, and the Ventana Lakes community to the east. Continue along circulation. Main access, as I stated, will be provided via Beardsley Road with secondary access Rose Garden Lane. To the west, 112th Avenue essentially becomes the western boundary of the property. And as I previously stated, 111th Avenue, which is the eastern boundary of the property, is to remain undeveloped. There is a sewer easement that runs through the center of that city right-of-way that will require future maintenance from the city. With respect to transit and pedestrian connectivity, essentially Beardsley Road will be improved with curb gutter sidewalk. That would serve as your pedestrian connection from Rose Garden Lane to Beardsley Road via bicycle or pedestrian. Connectivity within the site is really not anticipated or desired, certainly given the nature of the proposed business on site. And additionally, with this development, there are no anticipated impacts on the existing transit in the area as well. From an education standpoint, the request actually reduces the amount of residential land in the area and therefore reduces the impact of educational facilities in the area. It's also considered a Tier 1 growth area given its adjacency to the existing infrastructure. And I would note that the development is anticipated to be developed in a short-term fashion and will be served by existing infrastructure and other municipal services that are already servicing the area. With respect to conformance with the city's general plan, it meets several different goals within that plan. It supports a robust and sustainable economy, and it really does promote the business-friendly city that Peoria is striving for. It also creates a balance of land uses and integrates a variety of compatible uses and establishes in neighborhoods and provides additional services for the local neighborhoods. But I think also it's important to note that it also, protects existing residential areas from incompatible land uses, which when you look at this from a compatibility standpoint, you really look at character as really as a kind of a textbook case for meeting this requirement and creating this opportunity for buffering requirements. With respect to public outreach, notice of the application and hearing, postcards were mailed to owners within 600-foot radius and all registered homeowners associations within a 1-mile radius. A legal ad was published in the newspaper and the site was posted in accordance with city requirements. A neighborhood meeting was held on February 6th of this year at the Sunrise Mountain Library, where approximately 11 individuals attended that meeting. Comments from the residents really focused on operational issues within the site itself with respect to traffic generation, hours of operation, 111th Avenue and security. So it really focused more on again, on the operational needs of it than specifically to the land use request that's before us this evening. And I would just take a moment to reiterate what Mr. Hawkes said earlier, and that is that, there is a companion rezone case associated with this. We're in the process of addressing and discussing appropriate mitigation measures through the rezone case. And again, we'll be back before Planning Commission to discuss those operational characteristics and the mitigating measures that we're looking at as far as addressing that with the rezone case. With respect to traffic, the applicant stated clearly that the traffic counts and the traffic loads associated with this were, significantly less than the existing plant nursery and more specifically less than what we would find in a typical residential neighborhood. They also provided data at this meeting that supported from their sister facility here in the city of Peoria that traffic counts are very low for these types of facilities, and they noted that a total of 3 trips between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Were noted on a major holiday weekend at the sister facility. The hours of operation and security was a topic of the meeting as well, and again, they stated that security is accessible on the site, not only via personnel, but electronic monitoring 24 hours a day. Rarely is the sister facility accessed outside of normal operating hours, so it's uncommon to have 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock traffic, on any typical day of the week. And again, they stated that the security systems are monitored by outside agencies and that security personnel is on site 24 hours a day. With respect to lighting, the city requirements have specific standards that would require this development to meet. Light spill at the property line, 0-foot candles at the property lines are just a couple of terms that we use. But those are requirements that the applicant would need to demonstrate they can meet, not only through the rezoning process, but through photometric plans that are associated with the site plan application as well. So we will, discuss lighting not only at the rezoning portion of this, but we will capture it again and take another look at it with the site plan application that will be forthcoming as well. Residents did express displeasure with odors that at times come from the EPCOR water treatment plant. There were additional concerns adding a RV pump station as part of this facility as well. The applicant stated that the pump station portion of this development would be central to the site and not, immediately adjacent to one perimeter or the other. And that they also stated that, based on their sister facility that they have in Peoria as well, that they've had no resident complaints received with that facility. Improper dumping was an issue as well, and they stated and indicated that, all customers are required to sign a rules and regulations sheet with respect to being able to park a motorhome or boat at this, or an RV at this facility. It strictly prohibits loud music, dumping of trash, sleeping in RVs, conducting business out of your site, and other nuisances that sometimes are associated with mini storages and other uses typical or similar to this. From a land use perspective, we're working very close, and again with the, I would refer back to the companion rezoning application. We believe that the RV and boat storage, does align with the general plan. We're moving forward in advance of the rezoning case because of the blackout period, which Mr. Hawkes had previously stated. We believe that there are appropriate mitigation measures that we can address through the rezoning and site plan process that make it a good neighbor from a use standpoint. Should the application for the rezoning process not move forward in a timely manner, then the city would take the initiative to reinitiate a general plan amendment and revert the land back to what it previously was before. Through the rezoning application, again, I would just mention that it's a single-user PAD that is specific to a boat and RV storage. So they work hand in hand together, and without getting both, we would take the measures necessary to make sure that nothing other than the boat and RV storage facility would be developed in this location. The amendment is in conformance with the goals and objectives, policies of the general plan. I think we demonstrated that clearly. It will not adversely impact the surrounding community by requiring larger and more expensive infrastructure or improvements. It won't have adversely impacts on existing uses because of increased traffic. And it will not affect the livability of the area or the health and safety of the residents in the area. Therefore, staff's recommendation before you this evening is approval of the general plan amendment before you this evening, more specifically GPA 1905, and we ask that you recommend a favorable recommendation to City Council. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. The applicant is here as well, sir. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your report, Mr. Williams. Commissioners, I'm going to go around and ask if any of you have any questions or comments related to this item for staff specifically. Commissioner Lusky?
Not a question as much as a comment. It just seems that this is a good fit for that land use and the location at that. I think that as presented, it would make sense moving forward with this minor general plan amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Patterson, do you have any questions or comments regarding this item?
No, I just think it's a very good use for a very awkward parcel.
Thank you. Commissioner Hutchinson, any questions or comments on this item to staff?
No questions or comments, Chair.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Hutchinson. Commissioner Grice, any question or comments for staff on this item?
No questions or additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Alsop?
No questions or comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Fighter?
No comments or questions. Thanks.
All right, Chair has no questions either. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. We have the applicant present, it looks like, tonight. Do you wish to speak?
I do.
Perfect.
For no other reason, it's nice to get out of the house and speak to someone. So
Isn't that the truth?
And the rest of the commissioners, I appreciate this. I appreciate the accommodations that have been made by staff. I'd also like to compliment staff. This has been a very long-term application, and we've met with staff several times over the months of this application. Mr. Williams made an excellent presentation. I'll try not to reiterate everything he said. We'll just make some of the comments we have specific to our application.
You mind if I interrupt you real quick? Could you to state your name and address for the record before you go into your comments?
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I'm clearly out of practice. It's been a month. Jason Morris with Withey Morris on behalf of the applicant.
And your address?
I would like the power. We do have a presentation that I'm going to go through if I can.
Your address for the record as well, if I could get that.
Thank you. It's 2525 East Arizona Billmore.
Apologize if I missed that. Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this gives you an overview of the site context, and I'm going to skip some of the slides, but I would like to point out, again, something that staff mentioned and I think is integral to the relationship between what this use is proposed for, more importantly, why we're enjoying staff support for this application. Essentially, we are sandwiched between 2 water treatment plants and a mining operation with further mining operations further to the west. And at the heart of this application is a site that's 22 acres as a gross parcel, or a little over 21 gross acres. But in terms of usable net area, it's about a 15-acre parcel, which means a 15-acre parcel, given this designation, really is challenged to develop as a single family. More likely, you would see it as a multifamily application if it were anything. But in terms of what the ideal use is, to the extent that anything could be considered an ideal use, the idea of a storage context on this piece, acting as a buffer between the more intensive industrial to our west and to our north and to our south, and the existing Ventana Lakes to our east, provides that ideal urban planning context. In addition, something that is a positive coincidence is that there is actually a buffer between this use, the old 111th Avenue right-of-way, which is not utilized as right-of-way, but does provide 50 feet before you get to Ventana Lakes to the east, which also on the exterior of Ventana Lakes, there's a 30-foot easement on the backside, meaning that from our property line, we enjoy an 80-foot buffer before you even get to any of the buildings that are proposed or any of the structures that are proposed. So essentially, we have a buffer built in before we get to this use, but I would also propose that in and of itself, this is a buffer use with very low traffic, very low activity, and less activity than any of the existing uses. You could move forward. This gives you a closer look at that site as well as the surrounding neighborhood and some of the more intense industrial uses. Thank you. One of the abilities of this type of use is we're actually getting reuse of the existing structure. Their existing structure that serves the nursery now is a somewhat unique building. We're going to be improving that building, and that will not only act as an administrative office, but will also serve as a on-site residence for the couple that will be the full-time managers of this facility. And I mention that, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, because it's important to the residents to the east that there are eyes on this property. There was concern that if you're going to develop this type of thing, they wanted 24-hour security, 24-hour eyes on site, and we have that by virtue of the on-site residents. Go ahead. One of the comments that we heard early on was to make sure that there were no view impingements. There were folks in Ventana Lakes to the east who mentioned during our neighborhood meeting that there were concerns that there may be some sort of view impingement as this is built. I'd like to point out nothing on this site is going to be above a single story. And more importantly, as you can see from these exhibits, that the views are extraordinarily limited in this area. Thank you. The general plan request was covered so thoroughly by Mr. Williams, and it was obviously gone through at great length in your staff report, but I would like to point out, in this instance, we are asking for the employment business commerce designation, but more importantly, staff is matching that designation for this use, meaning that if this use does not become a reality in terms of an application, which we have already filed, the general plan designation would, the staff would look to change that designation back to the residential to make sure there are no other uses within that category that could possibly take advantage of that general plan context. Go ahead. Again, I'll go through these quickly. In terms of the land use, this employment designation does fit, and it does allow, because it is the only designation that we can use that is a low intensity designation for this property. Go ahead. The criteria itself all favors it in terms of not expanding infrastructure that's unnecessary, that's acting as that low-intensity buffer between the higher-intensity industrial and the existing residents. Go ahead. And we can go forward on that. You know, I didn't anticipate Mr. Williams making such a good presentation. He's taken a lot of my thunder. But in this instance, there's also the livability and the health and safety of the residents. I would say, Mr. Chair, having done these facilities before, and in this instance, also having the benefit of an existing sister Peoria property, that this is low intensity, low noise, low light, really low activity, and short of living next to a cemetery, it's hard to find a commercial use with such limited activity. You can go through the next 3 slides. We've already discussed, thank you, we've already discussed the overlay itself. As you can see, what was intended by this application was to have the open spaces which are less frequently used on the east side, closest to the residents on the other side of that 111th Avenue alignment. In the middle would be the covered spaces, and the garage structures would be on the western side of our property, closer to the industrial uses. Thank you. The building itself, that's the existing building as an improved existing building, and then you can see any of the other structures are single story on site. Just by way of information, this is the existing Arrowhead RV and storage facility in Peoria, to give you an idea of that. This, just again by way of information, this was taken in the middle of the workday, so that gives you a sense of the amount of activity, and I'm sure you know what storage and either boat storage or self-storage facilities are like in terms of their activity. So this is typical of that. But it's also important to note in this instance, we are directly adjacent to a single-family neighborhood, and there have been 0 complaints from that single-family neighborhood. Thank you. That's illustrating my point of our proximity to the existing single-family immediately to the east of our property, and again, the lack of interaction or complaints based upon that. And you can see it's a very similar design in that the open spaces are closest to the residents and in fact, in this instance, we share a property line, whereas in the proposed property, we will have that 80-foot alignment of 111th Avenue in between us and the back wall of the residence. And we have the covered spaces in the middle and the garage spaces on the western side, on the far western side. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I would hope that the Planning Commission would follow staff's recommendation. I'd be happy to address any other questions and look forward to coming back in the very near future with our application for rezoning to the Planning Commission.
Great, thank you. If you wouldn't mind hanging at the podium, I want to ask the commission, my fellow commissioners, if they have any questions of you. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant? I'm going to start with Commissioner Otluski. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Hutchinson?
No questions. Great presentation. Seems like a really good fit for the area.
Thank you. Commissioner Grice?
No questions. I believe it's a good fit for the area also.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Alsop?
No questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Fighter?
No, just a quick comment. My in-laws actually live in a home that backs up to the sister property, and it's such a benign use. It's quiet, and they've never had any issues with that use being literally adjacent to their backyard, and they don't have nearly the buffer that this facility will have. So I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you for your comments. May I ask, are you in agreement with the stipulations and conditions?
We do, Mr. Chair. And we look forward to addressing some of the specifics at the actual zoning case.
We did have a couple of emails come up on this. Do we have any additional besides what I have in my hand? Okay. Would mind if you could stay up here a little longer just to address some of the concerns that were raised by a couple of residents here. First one is James and Teresa Lovell. They write, I'm going to read their email. Thank you for the opportunity for affected Peoria residents to have input on this project. We're concerned with the zoning change from residential to light industrial. Many of us purchased our homes with this understanding and are concerned that your actions negatively affect our home resale values. If zoning can be changed with little regard to existing property owners' concerns, then no one is protected in Peoria. If this facility does not prove to be financially feasible with the zoning, will the zoning be changed again too? Number two, hours of operation for this proposed project are 24/7. We know there are similar RV storage facilities that close from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. This would allow some protection from the noise level of hitching up boats or fifth wheel trailers in the overnight hours, since this is directly next to our residential area. Point three, the increase of traffic on Beardsley, which divides our community, presents a concern for our safe access onto this road. Her question is, would the recently constructed truck route present a safer access for these vehicles? Beardsley already appears to be negatively affected with current traffic since it is frequently under repair. Fourth comment, we are concerned with the amount of light at night that would reflect onto our backyards and negatively affect the use of our property. And number five, she writes, they write, height restrictions, line of sight, and odor from the dump station also are concerned. Would you like to address any of those concerns? I can repeat them back.
Mr. Chair, I
catch
can,
those?
if I may briefly, because I was also provided a copy of those comments.
Oh, terrific.
And I would hope that some of the comments that Mr. Williams made and some of my presentation address that. But in short,
so.
in terms of property value, that site is a buffer site, and the hope would be, I think an argument could be made that providing a buffer to some of those more intense uses is actually positive, especially given the low traffic, which was another one of those points. In terms of professional commercial uses, this ranks amongst the lowest categories of traffic on the commercial, what they call the traffic engineers look at their charts and provide feedback in terms of traffic intensity. This is at the very low end of that traffic intensity. So that should not be a concern. Although I would expect during our zoning case that we'll be talking about access to the property, the hours of operation, and the driveways in particular, and the rules of regulations that govern what can occur on this site at what time. And that also includes the lighting, which is not really a general plan issue so much as it is something that is both ordinance-based and, from an operator's perspective, something that we're very concerned with to make sure that the site is well lit, but that all of that lighting ends at the property line at a 0-foot candle, which is already the city's requirement. I believe I've addressed.
Yeah, that last one I think was height restrictions, line of sight, and I think you talked about that with the single-story buildings.
Right.
Okay.
And given that we're talking about a general plan amendment, Mr. Chair, in terms of height, I would anticipate even under the existing general plan designation, which is residential, it would not be uncommon to see both 1- and 2-story buildings without any change. So given that we're keeping 1 story as a restriction, hopefully that alleviates that concern.
Okay. Thank you. We had one more email come in. I'm going to read that for the record. It's from Phil and Kathy Seaborn. In response to the proposed general plan amendment, GPA 19-05, we are very much against this proposal. We live in Ventana Lakes and close to the area where this land is. Our view would be diminished by any industrial, manufacturing, storage, office, etc. We visited the neighborhood adjoining Arrowhead RV and boat storage located in Peoria and could clearly see the unsightly view over the tall block wall at the rear of the residences. We are quite unhappy with the possibility of having that type of business rising over the back wall. Again, it is unsightly, unacceptable, and will undoubtedly affect our property values negatively. Please do not allow this change to the land use designation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In that instance, I think we really are talking about the zoning case in and of itself. But I will say, unlike the other facility, which you've now seen pictures of, this facility, the line of sight into this facility from the structure, any home in Ventana Lakes, is more than 100 feet away. So a line of sight, and we'll provide you with that during the zoning case, a line of sight actually doesn't provide a view into this, this particular development at all.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, since we have no further public comments we've received on this item, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'm going to ask if there are any further questions or comments from commissioners on the proposed minor general plan amendment, case GPA 19-05, before I request a motion. Again, I'm going to go around to each of you commissioners. I'm going to start with Commissioner Atluski.
Yeah, I think I understand, the emails that came in and what they were stating. But I agree that the separation between the two and the limited use ultimately, I think, makes this piece of land a good opportunity to put this storage on there. So that would be my only comment.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Patterson, you have any questions or comments on this before we request a motion?
No further comments or questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hutchinson?
No questions or comments, Chair.
All right. Commissioner Grice?
No comments, no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Alsop?
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fighter?
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. And Chair has no further questions. I'd like to request a motion now. May I have a motion from the commission?
Yeah, this is Jay Atluski, and I would make a motion that we move forward to City Council GPA 19-05 for approval, subject to the conditions of staff.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Clay Alsop, I second.
I'm sorry, who was that seconded?
Clay Alsop.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Alsop. All right, we have a motion and a second to recommend approval of case GPA 19-05 to City Council. I'll take another roll call vote. And we'll start with Commissioner Atluski.
Yay.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hutchinson?
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Grice?
Yes.
Commissioner Alsop?
Yes.
Commissioner Fighter?
Yes.
And Chair votes aye. That's unanimous approval to recommend approval of this case to City Council. Thank you. All right, next we'll be discussing item 5R, Peoria Commons Minor General Plan Amendment GPA 20-01. We'll be considering amending the existing general plan land use designation on approximately 10.71 acres from commercial to urban residential. That's 12 plus dwelling units per acre. The property is located south of the southwest corner of 91st Avenue and Olive Avenue. Staff, would you please present your report?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Laura Deaver, I'll be presenting the staff report for this evening. In terms of introductions, hopefully I will be kind to the applicant with his name this evening. So before you, you have David Shasetsky. He is representing the Meyer Development Company. The property in question is located at the south of the southwest corner of 91st Avenue and Olive Avenue. Approximately 10.7 acres, as you mentioned. The request before you this evening is a general plan minor amendment. They would like to change the land use map from a commercial designation to an urban residential designation. That's 12 DU per acre and above. The reason for that request is they would like to do a companion rezoning case for a 264-unit multifamily complex. So this general plan designation change would allow for that rezoning case to move forward for a multifamily complex to be located at this particular site. In terms of site area and context, currently this is a vacant commercial parcel and it has been vacant for some time. And I'll get into that in a minute. But looking at it from a contextual standpoint, starting with the north, you have automotive uses, some commercial uses. If you go to the northeast, you have the Fry's food and drug store over there as well. Heading to the south, directly across, would be the Cross Point Community by Mattamy Homes. To the south is the Steeplechase Apartments. And more importantly, over to the west, you will see is the Loop 101. The interchanges at this particular location would be Northern Avenue and Olive Avenue, and that does play into consideration when we look at this request. From a general plan land use standpoint, we ask two questions, if you will. First one is, what is the likely success of the existing designation that we have? The second request that we look at is, does the proposed request make sense? And if so, does it outweigh what the existing use is? So the existing category, as I mentioned, is commercial. The proposed category that we would like to go to is urban residential. The characteristics in the plan, in the general plan, outline what we would expect if this was to develop as multifamily. Typically, urban residential, these land use categories are located with high level of access. They're located near services, if you will. They're located near employment centers. They have a diverse range that they can support for housing options. They can be anywhere from apartments, condominiums, townhomes. And they typically are located in areas where they buffer from medium residential density locations, and they kind of act as that transition from non-residential areas as well. So they're kind of in between. So you have single family, medium. This would be a little bit higher than that, and then you would get into your non-residential or your commercial areas. So it kind of acts as that transition towards the higher end of the residential piece. Because it is a higher density product, or a land use, if you will, you would normally see substantial common area open space and recreational amenities provided within the community itself. This is unlike single family where you would have like pools and pocket parks and everything else. So you're really looking at a more centralized open space and recreational amenity package for the residents on the property. So as I mentioned, in terms of looking at this from a review standpoint, we look at it, the request for compatibility and consistency with the surrounding character. We also look at it, the property, from its historical context, and in particular, that is a significant feature on this particular application because of the underlying constraints that are associated with it. We also look at the long-term viability if that use is retained. We also try to quantify the level of success that the development would have if it was to change to that land use category. Now, typically, when we kind of do the balance sheet, the pros and the cons, what we will find is staff's recommendations will predominantly go one direction or the other, either suggest that we retain it or suggest that we move forward with a request. And I'll spend some time on this in particular, but when we did our analysis, we did not have substantial direction to go substantial recommendation to go one way or the other. We had favorable in some areas, and I'll get through as to why. But in particular, what we were finding was the constraints of the freeway design in and of itself and the shape and the location of the parcel really do dictate what this particular site wants to be going forward. So let's go into some historical context because this really does play into the analysis for staff. So before the Loop 101, for those commissioners that have been here a while, so even before Loop 101, approximately in 1983, Ironwood Homes owned property about 80 acres, including this particular site. They were working with all of the agencies with regard to where that alignment of that freeway was going to land. In '84, the City Council approved what we know as a precursor of a planned area development, which was a PAD. We called them planned unit developments at the time. So just think, it's like a PAD, if you will. But anyway, City Council decided to approve a PUD change to assist developing the property in relation to the freeway alignment. 1985, further engineering analysis occurred, and it shifted that freeway alignment further to the east, and it impacted this C2 zoned property. So in reality, the shape of the parcel that you're looking at is a remnant piece. It's irregular in nature, shallow depth, and it was the result of final engineering design based on where the Loop 101 ended up. So 1985, Ironwood Homes came back to the city and shifted that C2 boundary over to match the alignment, okay? So from 1985, it stayed vacant into 2005, when the parcel was rezoned from C2 to a commercial PAD. When they did that, they specifically acknowledged and modified the standards to address the physical constraints of the site, that irregular shape, shallow depth. It still remained vacant. And since 2005, there were 2 additional PAD modifications approved to the land uses and the standards to try to still increase the developability of this site for commercial uses. So there's been several modifications to try to increase the developability of this site as a commercial use since it's been vacant since the 1980s. And the reason being is why it's a remnant parcel is because of the freeway alignment. So before you this evening, the applicant is proposing, as I mentioned, a multifamily development, as you can see. And I'll show you, this is the site plan. I'll show you conceptual building elevations momentarily. But what you have are 2- and 3-story buildings. The 2-story buildings essentially go around the perimeter of the site. The 3-story buildings would be central in the center of the site, if you will. Access would be from 91st Avenue. And there would be a number of amenities for each of the buildings for the residents to use. What you have on the screen in front of you is a conceptual elevation of approximately what one of those middle buildings would look like. That's what is proposed at this point in time. So in looking at staff's recommendation, we did a thorough analysis, and we actually started with the economic viability of the site. First, we looked at, should we try to retain this as a commercial use? So typically, from an economic development standpoint, when you have commercial designation adjacent to a freeway, it's considered advantageous, actually. However, in 2005, the City Council specifically acknowledged that this particular parcel was not a prime market location. That was mentioned within the City Council communication and acknowledged during that hearing. And, if you will, they specifically asked for a limitation on use. So staff, prior to it going to City Council in 2005, said we cannot get high-intensity commercial uses on this particular site. And so that's where that restriction, so instead of that full range of what you could do for commercial, they restricted it down in order to get this to remain as commercial. And because of that reduction in the number of uses, what they did was they granted modified development standards, an exception or a waiver, if you will, to try to improve the developability of the site. So what from an economic standpoint is, if we were to retain commercial, the site hasn't developed as is, and we've already modified the standards a couple of times. You probably would need to modify the standards yet again in order for this site to develop as commercial. One thing to keep in mind, if you were to do that, it would still attract a business that's probably considered less than prime market status. It probably would not be a business that would be on one of our most sought after items within the community. So we look at this particular site in character with other sites, other vacant sites that we have along Loop 101. Other sites that are commercial adjacent to the 101 are actually better positioned to attract the uses that we want than this particular site. And so we're always very careful when we're making a recommendation like this, that we want to support healthy centers and we want to preserve strategic and well-positioned sites. We don't think that this is the most advantageous site for commercial. So then we kind of flip the other direction in the analysis. Okay, so if it's not commercial, does urban residential make sense at this particular location? So from an economic analysis standpoint, this would bring additional residents into the area. When you have more residents, that supports the local businesses that are in the area. More rooftops, you need a certain number of rooftops to support local businesses, and it is adjacent to goods and services. When you start increasing that demand, that can be seen as a positive influencer for business retention and attraction. If you have enough of that, you can actually influence the mix of the businesses within that particular area. So while these are positive aspects, this site would not have a significant increase in residents when you're looking at it on a large scale. So it would have some positive aspects, but not to a great extent in terms of increasing demands for goods and services. So it's a positive, but not a large positive in that regard. One other thing that we also look at is, does it further advance the city's workforce goals? And given the conceptual nature of the project, we're not able to answer that. But what we are able to answer instead is, does it provide a variety of housing options to meet a diverse workforce, their needs for different lifestyles? Yes, it does. And in that aspect, it meets the city's economic prosperity goals. So in particular, the economic analysis standpoint, there's some positives and negatives on both sides of the coin. But at the end of the day, this particular site, if it was to go urban residential, would support the general plan's economic prosperity goals, and it would increase housing within the particular area where it would be needed. So moving forward then to a circulation standpoint, when you look at a commercial PAD, which has underlying kind of C2 standards, if you will, those actually result in large-scale developments. And those typically have a range of residential uses that are very intense. They range from less intense to very intense. They can include retail, specialty stores, hospitality, and entertainment uses. And I'm going to try not to speak too much for a traffic engineer down the way, but let me see if I can put my hat on here. So a commercial use would have different peak generation times, slightly compared to for a residential setting, if you will. But it's actually what type of commercial use that you have, the specific use that determines the level of turnover or the number of trips in and out of the site. So not all commercial uses are the same, and there is a large variety. This particular one had a reduced level of intensity, and so we would have to gauge that compared to on the residential use side. Looking at it from the information that we have right now, we have to have an analysis one way or the other, whether it was to develop as a commercial center or whether it was to develop as a residential center. But from what the information that we have, what we're saying is right now, 91st Avenue, with the way that it's set up, we generally believe it's constrained enough, and it would limit the ability to serve a commercial center envisioned by the general plan. On the reverse side, looking at it from the residential standpoint, we see there's enough information to say acceptable levels of service can be achieved if this was to develop as multifamily. So there would be some circulation concerns that we would need to address if it was to develop as commercial. We believe we can make this work from the circulation side if it was to be multifamily. From a transit and pedestrian connectivity standpoint, There are already pedestrian connections within the area. The city is currently looking at expansion of transit throughout the community. 91st Avenue is an area of consideration, so we believe while transit is not currently available, it will likely be available at some point in time in the future. From an educational facility standpoint, this is located within PUSD. We have communicated the request to the school district. We would ask that should this project move forward, they would work with and communicate through PUSD to confirm the level of impact and ability to accommodate the projected number of students. What I would also say is if this project was to be located in a northern portion of the community where it was going from commercial to residential, the educational analysis would have a considerably different tone and tenor. There is not the same capacity issues within the southern portion of the city in this particular location. And so PUSD has indicated there is always a need and assistance, and they would always like to enjoy a cooperative relationship with the applicant and work to towards a voluntary donation agreement. They do not have the same capacity issues here as they do elsewhere. So in terms of moving on to growth areas, as Mr. Williams said, this is